folks probably just running a little late due to traffic or whatever. We do start at that time of day. So we'll just give it a minute. We'll get folks in the room, give them time to get settled, and we'll get going. How's that sound? All right. Good morning, everyone. I've got 9 a.m. and I've got enough people in the room, so why don't we get started? So you may have noticed a few things, and we'll just go ahead and point out a number of elephants in the room. Number one, I'm not Juanita. I tried, but it didn't work out this morning. She has had a personal emergency that she's needed to go tend to. We, of course, wish her the best. I haven't facilitated in about 18 months, so buckle up, kids. Let's go. The next thing you're going to notice is that we're missing a few familiar faces from around the table. It's a little bit lower board attendance, and that's because the membership package hasn't come in yet. Some folks, including our freshly elected chair, Hugh Bear-Ventul, for part of that reappointment package, we're waiting for reappointment. Their terms expired at the end of January, and that's okay. We've been here before. We've handled this, and we've got a good group of folks here around the table. So I know that we're going to be just fine today. We have a great agenda, and I'm looking forward to it. We're going to go around the room in just a minute, or not around the whole room, just around the table and introduce ourselves. Before we do that, I want to take a second. We'll talk about the agenda. We'll do some agency updates. Then we'll go through our program presentations. We have a lot of updates going around the site. We'll break for lunch. We come back to a couple more presentations. We'll do some public comments, and then we've got some discussion and voting that we're going to want to do this afternoon. We've got 3 recommendations that have been written. They're very brief. I think they're a good template for how to get started, almost a beginner's template, how to get started with recommendations. So I'm really excited to work with y'all as we go through those. Any questions, comments, concerns about the agenda before we get going today? And guess what? I already forgot a step. Deborah, will you gavel us in?
This meeting is called to order.
Thank you so much. Just like a pro. I knew you could do it. Okay. We'll go into agency updates. Edwin, are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am. And I'd just like to say, James, you forgetting how to do this is like Michael Jordan forgetting how to hit a free throw. You're the man at this. So don't, we're not buying it.
Checks in the mail.
Yeah. Hey, good morning to everyone. I'm excited to be here. Welcome to the Advanced Manufacturing Collaborative. We're very glad to be holding this meeting. As you all can see, it's a beautiful facility, wide open with innovation activity, and we're just really excited that we can host it here. And I'm just proud about all the work that's being done at Savannah Riverside, but our corporate partners, our federal team, just an array of things that are going on and adding things to the plate. But at the end of the day, we're doing great work keeping the community safe, the public, and the environment. So I'm just, excited about what we're going to talk about. First, I'd like to start off with two announcements. Mr. Tim Walsh is our new EM1, title being the DOE Assistant Secretary for Environmental Management. First, I want to share with the CAB that he's announced on February 4th that EM was making a strategic step in strengthening our nation's nuclear fuel production and advancing energy independence by restarting uranium and isotope recovery at the Savannah River site in South Carolina. Specifically, this strategic step supports the administration's executive orders ensuring national and economic security by enabling the site's H Canyon facility to once again recover uranium, along with the opportunity to also recover valuable isotopes through its chemical separations capabilities, while continuing to safely process used fuel as part of the cleanup mission. This decision to restart uranium recovery will produce highly enriched uranium that will be downblended to yield high-assay low-enriched uranium, or HALEU, needed for advanced reactors, which opens the door for retrieving isotopes with limited availability and demonstrates America's capability to manage the complete nuclear fuel cycle. Secondly, on March 6, EM announced a step forward in fueling America's nuclear future by making the decision to restart HB line operations at the Savannah River site. This decision is the first step in a multi-year restart plan that directly supports the administration's executive order ensuring national and economic security. Restarting HB line produces the capability to power America's nuclear future by recycling surplus plutonium that can be used by private industry to create fuel. Bringing this facility back online saves taxpayers about $350 million, accelerates our plutonium disposition mission by more than a decade, and strengthens the American nuclear industrial base. EM is not just managing the legacy of the past, but we're powering America's future by strengthening our energy independence and creating a lasting value for the American people. Next, I'll transition over to the National Laboratory. Here in this facility, approximately 50 scientists and staff are at work in this collaboration facility, researching in 8 of the 13 labs, including the high bay. As I mentioned, they're wide open here. Also, the MK18A program has successfully recovered and packaged its first batch of plutonium-244 to be shipped to Oak Ridge, the National Laboratory at Oak Ridge. The budget. On January 23rd, the Commerce, Justice, Science, and Energy, and Water Development and Interior and Environmental Appropriations Act of 2026 was signed into law. So what does that mean? $8.5 billion of the Department's environmental management and cleanup activities, including the continued remediation of sites contaminated by decades of Cold War, were funded. So that's big news for us. We're able to accomplish our mission without any of the challenges of the continued resolutions, those kind of things. Now I'll talk about operational achievements, beginning with nuclear materials. El Area facility continues to receive used nuclear fuel from domestic research reactors for storage in El Basin. H Canyon, and as I mentioned earlier, has begun to return systems and equipment that were previously in standby mode on the support of uranium recovery. The first system that will resume operations is head ends, or the first step in the process where H Canyon begins the recovery of uranium. SRS representatives who are here today expects head end to become operational in late summer. K-Area. K-Area has completed 19 downblends of EM surplus plutonium planned for FY26. As far as shipments to WIP, SRNS has completed 11 of 38 shipments to WIP planned for 2026. There are 4 from E area and 17 from K area. For our liquid waste mission, the liquid waste program continues to achieve significant progress towards accelerating the cleanup mission resulting from previous and ongoing innovations and optimizations within the integrated liquid waste system. The high-level radioactive waste tank number 14, achieved preliminary cease waste removal status on March 5th. Thank you for that. This status means that our regulatory commitments have agreed that tank 14 is ready to enter the sampling and analysis phase of the tank closure process. This completes all or 8 of 8 liquid waste FFA regulatory commitments through December 31st, 2027. That's phenomenal. The 24th revision of the liquid waste system plan has been released. This plan outlines the activities required for the disposition of high-level radioactive waste and the removal of waste tanks and facilities from service. Key takeaways from this update is as follows. The updated system plan utilizes technical and funding assumptions which result in high confidence forecasts. As a result, this plan provides numerous opportunities for accelerating the liquid waste mission. Completing the liquid waste mission by 2037 continues to be an achievable goal if commensurate resources are provided. Capacity challenges have been significantly resolved, and now the focus is on optimizing for reliability and availability. Improvements are planned to increase the efficiency of the tank closure process, including sampling, sequencing, regulatory reporting, grouting, and this reduces the time required for closing overall. Defense Waste Processing Facility. DWPF recently reached its 30th year of successful operation and has produced over 43 canisters of vitrified high-level waste this fiscal year. DWPF has poured more than 4,500 canisters in its 30 years of operation. The revised liquid waste system plan now projects 7,440 canisters to complete the waste vitrification mission. Salt Waste Processing Facility, or SWPF. SWPF continues to demonstrate outstanding performance with over 2.5 million gallons of high-curie salt waste already processed this fiscal year. SWPF is on track to process a fiscal year record of 6 million gallons. Saltstone disposal units. SDUs 10 through 12 continues to be on schedule and under budget. For SDU 10, the roof hatch cells covers have been installed and the balance of plant equipment checkouts are underway. For SDU 11, the second roof section concrete pours have been completed and water curing is underway. The permanent stair tower for the foundation installation is underway, and then for SDU 12, surveying is underway for the floor section and form installation. Area closure. SRS area closure project has already completed 31 of the 75 FY26 federal facility agreements and circle deliverables for the year. This achievement brings the cumulative total of combined milestones and commitments to 4,278 items that were met or ahead of schedule since 1993. Building 235F, or F area material storage building, SRS design engineering completed the decommissioning conceptual design is working on decommissioning the detailed design. Field work recently completed includes demolition of building 720F and building 701-4F. No field activities are planned for FY 2026. D area, D&D Phase 1 and Phase 2. SRS area completion project successfully completed Phase 1 and Phase 2 for D area. Phase 1 work began on May 2025 and was completed in September of 2025, while Phase 2 began in October of 2025 and was completed on March 2nd of 2026. Phase 2 tasks included steam line removals, handy houses, and other sheds as a part of the demolition project. This concludes my update, and I'm open for any comments or questions.
Any questions from around the table? Yes, sir.
Willie Priester, cab member. My question is, since H area is getting an increase in production, it appears,
Correct.
is that going to change the staffing patterns?
Ultimately, yes. Because particularly for H Canyon operations, the mission was dissolution of used fuel. So now we're going to pivot to start recovering. So we're going to have to adjust the staffing to accommodate the operations that will be required to perform that. So to answer your question is yes, sir, it will require that. Particularly as we advance towards the HB line operations, which is a few years out, definitely that will require increased staffing as well. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions from around the table? All right. Edwin, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go on to John, we're going to go to that other part that I forgot about in our introduction, and that is going around the table and introducing ourselves. It's even written on the agenda. So there we go. I'm missing the free throw. Deborah, we'll start with you.
Deborah Creech, cab chair.
Wanda Jackson, cab.
Dale Priester, cab.
Willie Priester, cab.
John Richards, EPA Region 4, Lead Project Manager.
Edwin DeShawn, Manager, DOE, Savannah River Operations. Oh, sorry.
Good morning. Susan Fulmer, SCDES FFA Manager.
Good morning. I'm Sally Cooks, cab.
John Thomas, cab.
Hazel Cook, cab.
Tanya Moten, cab.
And I am James Tanner, your Deputy Designated Federal Officer for the cab and temporary facilitator for the day. And I'll try not to forget any more agenda items that are written down in black and white. John, are you ready, sir? Let's go for it.
Yeah, again, John Richards in our Region 4 office in Atlanta. Have just a few items. One was a fun item from last Wednesday. We had a big tour that Edwin headed off, led off our briefing before our tour with South Carolina, Susan, and a lot of her folks. We have a lot of new managers. In our case, our new division director, super fun, Hunter Johnson, that took over last summer. He never been to the site. I think he's only been to one DOE site. So he was obviously very impressed with the size and the scope, and we try to take him to as many of the fun areas that I hope you've gotten to go to as well. So that's very beneficial. We also had a lady from our headquarters. We have a federal facility headquarter group, and they have like a liaison to the site that helps us review like 5-year reviews and other things to at least be consistent for military bases and DOE sites across the country. So that was helpful for her as well. And then the day after, we actually stayed over, my EPA folks and I, we did what we've been doing since actually COVID. We started doing 5-year review instead of walking down all the sites that would take all day long. Not that that wasn't pleasant, but we now are able to use drones over all these sites. So the drone coverage is far more comprehensive than us walking around some of these sites. And this one is, if you're not that familiar with the 5-year reviews, each year we have a different 5-year review. So instead of most sites just do a 5-year review every 5 years, sites like Savannah River and now Oak Ridge have so many past remediations that we break them up every year. Ours are broken up by remediation category. So the one we're reviewing now, currently draft, and then we have our meeting to look at the sites. It's all the ones with engineering cover systems. We just finished the one we did last year. That was groundwater units. So that was Wednesday. And then as Edwin mentioned, the last cease removal tank, which I wasn't able to make, but Shannon Dawson, my office, and I know all the Susan, her folks made. So that's, again, those are very exciting to us. That shows us the progress that they can't use that tank again. And the next step is the really big, as we call it, bean counts for EPA when they actually close the tanks in place, which I know we have a lot of those coming up. Another big exciting project, which we got to get through some of the comments, et cetera, where DOE's proposed reusing a lot of the coash on site, mostly as fill material for all these big areas that are going to be closing in the next 15 years plus. So luckily, EPA's coash rules actually promote the reuse. In fact, there should even more promote that in the upcoming future. So we hope we work through all of that, and that eventually that'll be a record decision where they agree to do that, and it'll be hopefully successful. And then just as a teaser for May, so some of you are new, I think Susan and I or other South Carolina people, we try at least once a year to give a talk on my case is what is EPA, what's our role at Savannah River, what is Superfund, what is Superfund doing at Savannah River. So I do that talk, and this time it'll be at the May meeting. So any questions?
Any questions for John from around the table? Seeing none. John, thank you so much. Susan, are you ready?
Good morning. So since Edwin and John talked about the liquid waste milestones that have been achieved recently and the great site visit we did and all that, I won't go through all that, but we did have a great time at the site tour and the drone tour, so thank you. We had our upper management attend that as well, and they really enjoyed the day, so thank you. I do have some updates from our RCRA Resource Conservation Recovery Act program. On January 30th of this year, we received a RCRA permit application for storage of hazardous and mixed waste at the proposed Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility, which is to be located in the F area. I brought some public notices for that and then put them on the table, so if you're interested, please grab it on your way out. But DES has, on February 24th, we sent a letter and a copy of that public notice to our RCRA mailing list to inform the public that the application was received. There's not a comment period at this time. That will come after a draft permit is issued. So there will be an opportunity to comment then, and ask questions. But right now there's some information available. The application is under review by DES. And the application is also available for review in the DOE reading rooms if you're interested in getting more information on that. Some of the inspections that DES personnel have conducted over the quarter since our last CAB meeting in February and in March, we conducted ambient stream monitoring, and also in February and in March conducted our saltstone monthly inspections. The Environmental Surveillance and Oversight Program, I think you had a presentation at the last CAB meeting on the 2024 report. Just a reminder that that annual data report is available for your review. It's online if you haven't seen it yet. Please pick up a copy or go online and see it. I think we have the summary reports on the table as well if you're interested in just looking at the summary report. And then today at our regional office, our ESOP program will be holding the quarterly program meeting with SRS to discuss sampling and dose as part of their ongoing efforts to work on the report for this coming year. Any questions for me?
It's around the table.
I was going to say I had my card.
That's okay. I saw you. We're good.
Hey, my question is, on the application for the procedures in submitting the application for the hazardous waste, and how long is the process once recommendations are made for hazardous waste?
I'd have to phone a friend. I think it's maybe a 90-day. Usually the public notice is about 30 days, but it takes longer than that to get through the permitting process. And so I know we have a target 90-day, unless there's another agreement with the site to extend that past 90 days. And I'm not sure in this specific case if we have a separate agreement to extend past 90 days, but we typically try to get permits issued within that time frame.
Okay.
Any other questions for around the table? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much. All right, we are a little bit early, but I'd say let's take a break. We'll give our presenters a chance to get mic'd up and get going. So why don't we come back? Let's see, it's 9:22. What if we make it 9:32? Let's make it about 10 minutes, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. Man, I just keep forgetting over and over and over. It's the old habits. The state is done, and then we just go to the next thing. Dr. Green, my apologies. Will you come, please, up to the microphone and say hello to the board? I know you've been trying to make time.
No problem, no problem. Just thanks for having me here, and we're want to welcome you to the AMC, and glad to host you all here. And so I didn't know this is beautiful. Had this such graphics, but yeah, I've been here a little over a year. I joined the laboratory in January of 2025, and been in the national laboratory system for a little while. I spent 21 years in various roles at Oak Ridge National Laboratory outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. And I spent a little over 8 years at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, which is now the National Laboratory of the Rockies. And as I said, I joined Savannah River National Laboratory in January 2025. And so we're one of 17 Department of Energy laboratories, and we're the only one that's stewarded by the Environmental Management Office. And so Edwin is a great partner and supporter of the laboratory, and really appreciate how he's welcomed me into the site, and really helped us really help support EM in the new direction that Edwin talked about, that Assistant Secretary Walsh is talking about, of how do we look at revitalization and restoration for a lot of the sites that are out there now. So our lab, we've got about 1,400 staff. Our budget's a little over $400 million. I think it was $440 million last fiscal year, and we're focused on national security, environmental stewardship, and energy resilience. And we've got a handful of initiatives that we're supporting right now. One is with artificial intelligence. The Department of Energy has launched what they call the Genesis mission. So we're actively engaged in that. And I'm sure, as you all are aware, the environmental cleanup legacy is conservatively at least $500 billion or so. And so we think using AI as a tool that we could significantly reduce the cost and reduce the timeline for cleanup schedule. So we've been actively working towards that. We're also very interested in, Edwin talked about the Mark 18 program for isotopes. So we're doing a lot of work looking at how do we support isotope recovery and the nuclear fuel cycle. How do we take used nuclear material and either remediate it or use it for nuclear reactors or other purposes. We also are very excited about some of the upcoming investments in the laboratory to build out some grid research infrastructure at the site. So that's another area of importance for energy resilience that we're really looking at as well. We're also really excited about the work that we do to support the National Nuclear Security Administration in terms of nuclear deterrence and non-proliferation as well, which is an important activity for us. And also, I also need to talk about fusion energy, which is a big push for us. And we're doing a lot of some of the fusion surrogate materials, no radioactive materials, but fusion surrogate research here at the AMCU for the Office of Science. So that's another exciting area for us. And so really excited to be here today. And I should also mention that the laboratory is managed by Battelle Savannah River Alliance, which is Battelle is the parent company, and we partner with Georgia Tech, Georgia, South Carolina State, Clemson, and University of South Carolina. That's our board, and they govern us. And one of our key principles is not only excellence in science and technology, but also operations, which is critically important, and also community engagement. So I appreciate you all giving us this opportunity to speak to you and engage with the community. And we don't only want to be an innovation beacon for the region and the nation, but we also want to be a great community partner and make contributions to the community as well. So I will pause there. Take any.
Anybody have any questions for Dr. Green? Deborah.
Deborah Creech, CAB. My question to you is, how effective is utilizing AI in supporting your push forward in your effectiveness in your lab research?
So great question. So we're in the beginning stages of it, but we're beginning to see where AI can help, not not only with, I would say, like operational things, like how do we streamline procedures and processes, but also how do we try to double the productivity of research. So we're beginning to use it to take in sensor data at the site, and so we can propose approaches of doing less sampling, ground sampling. So typically we do like 4 a year, and we think if you use AI and the data from that, you can maybe sample once a year and use AI to basically give you a sense of what would happen in the other 3, and you actually do one sample to really validate what AI is telling you. So that would reduce sampling by 75% in that one sample.
75. Great answer.
One.
Cab, Wanda Jackson. How would the fusion energy, how would that actually fit into the innovation of the project over there at Savannah Riverside with the lab?
Sure. So, our laboratory, we're, one of the foremost experts of tritium in the country, if not the world. And so tritium is a key, I'll say, ingredient for fusion. And so we're leveraging that expertise that we've had over the years of understanding tritium and supporting a lot of the tritium activities for the National Nuclear Security Administration, and looking at how the fusion fuel cycle uses tritium and kind of recycles it. Because when you have a tritium event, when you have the energy release, a lot of the tritium is recycled and left over. So we basically look at how do you monitor it, how do you store it, how do you transfer it around. That's how it links back to our historical work that we've done with tritium.
Okay. Any other questions for Dr. Green? Thank you so much for coming on
Thank you.
today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, anybody want to double check me? Can we take a break now? Did I forget anything else? All right, I'm showing 9:30. The agenda says we're going to come back at 9:45. I'm going to challenge you to come back at 9:40. 9:40. We can do it in 10 minutes. Okay. deacidification project. Trey, you ready?
I'll stand on this side to kind of get out of the sunlight. Good morning. My name is Trey Gilland. I'm the project manager over deactivation of F&H Laboratories, also known as FH Lab. And I'm going to be bringing you an update on deactivation status. Cover a couple definitions first. When a facility reaches its end of life or no longer needed in the complex, it transitions from operational to shutdown, and we enter a phase of deactivation. So facility deactivation, we perform activities to transition this facility to make it a state of operations to a passive and stable state that can be maintained and monitored for long periods of time at a minimal cost. We develop a deactivation project plan, and endpoints are developed. Endpoints are specific tasks that we go perform to reach an end state of deactivation. These include activities to reduce or eliminate remaining hazards in the facility, just a few: removal of chemicals, processed materials, and hazardous components, decontamination of radiological equipment, components, and rooms, and we try to isolate the facility from all of its services. We typically do that. Deactivation is typically done by the facility landlord, if you will. The folks that run the operational facility typically take it from operational deactivation, and then we will turn it over for decommissioning to the area closure projects group. And this is the final stage, disposition of the facility, and you have two options here. Either demolition, where the facility comes down to grade, or in situ disposal. When demolition is deemed impractical, likely because of radiological holdup in the buildings, the residual contamination is permanently immobilized, and the structure is sealed with a grout or some other form of cementitious. Background for the F&H laboratory. The purpose: it initially provided services for F area, H area, the separations facilities, F canyon, H canyon, the B lines, tank farms. Later, the services were expanded to support additional missions. You had special heavy water analysis, asbestos analysis for not only SRS, but the department complex-wide decommissioning, demolition activities. The plutonium metal exchange program with Los Alamos, as well as testing for the IAEA and LANL use using TIMS, or the thermoionization mass spectrometry, and inductively coupled plasma with mass spectrometry. This is two services that the scientists at FH Lab used. It's really rare. There were only a couple places in the country capable of doing that. So we have 4 primary buildings associated with FH Lab. You have 772F, which is the primary building. I don't know if you see that. Anyhow, 772F is the primary lab. It was built in the 1950s to support the site when it began. It's a two-level structure, one above grade, one below grade. In the 80s, we had 772-1F, which was a newer lab facility that was constructed. It is a 1-story facility, and you have a 90s ventilation building, 772-4F, that was placed in service specifically to support the 772F building. You have other structures. You have a chiller plant, cooling tower, and miscellaneous diesel generators and transformers. So a little history on laboratory layup and deactivation. So prior to FY18, we had a lot of missions throughout the site as sample analysis became lower on site due to different missions being shut down. It was recognized it really wasn't cost effective to keep 2 laboratories open. So in the FY18 timeframe, a project was initiated to consolidate laboratory functions from the F Area Lab to the Savannah River National Lab. We transitioned FH Lab unused labs and containment units to layup, which is a term that we kind of coined ourselves prior to deactivation because we were an operating facility, but we had a lot of rooms that were not in use. So we transitioned those to layup in preparation of final deactivation. In 2021, we completed the transition of all analytical services from F area to SRNL, and we no longer performed analytical operations in FH Lab. September 2021, we had our approved safe shutdown and deactivation project plan and endpoint documents, which, as I previously mentioned, prepares the building for long-term safe storage. And in October, the department actually authorized the start of deactivation. So we initiated deactivation in both buildings, 772F and 772-1F. The deactivation plan divided the buildings into deactivation zones. I won't really speak a lot about that, but what we did was we targeted the zones with the high hazard, high radiological risk first and worked our way out. So it basically assigned a set of rooms to each zone throughout the building. Moving to March 2023, we adjusted our deactivation plan. We were specific for zone deactivation. We would go after this zone, this zone, and this zone, but we were tasked with reducing some cost in 23. So we determined shutting down our steam and water services was a large cost savings. So we transitioned or pivoted to that, and we still continued with some zone deactivation, but primarily reducing these costs. In May of 24, we shut down steam and water services to the 1F building, and we did something that the area completion projects require us to do before turning it over to them, is air gap or physically isolate these services to the building. April 2025, we shut down our diesel generators. We have no standby power. Removed batteries, coolant, oil, diesel fuel. We air gapped the electrical cables to and from the diesel generators and flushed and air gapped the diesel generator fuel tanks. So what that did was allow us to be considered permanently closed by the state. So those generators are no more. They still physically sit in the location, but they are safe for the rest of September 2025, we shut down our steam to the buildings. This was the last steam shutdown. This was to get our costs driven way down. And we have air gapped those steam lines to all of our buildings. October 25, we had a control room inside of our building 772F. As part of deactivation there, we had to take this control room out of that building, relocate it to another building within F area. We have started a project which we call remote monitoring. We've started installing instrumentation that will allow us to take that control room out of F area eventually, put it anywhere on site that has computer access. December 25, we deactivated instrument air systems. Again, we minimized the hazards, drained oil and fluids, and air gapped the piping there. January 26th, another diesel generator we took down. And now we'll go into our containment units inside the labs. So all of our lab analysis, or at least the majority of it, was performed inside radiological containments. That allowed contamination to stay inside containments versus coming out. We had glove boxes, which you can't see the pointer, but glove boxes here are like fully enclosed containment units. They do have gloves you work inside of, but there's no way for anything to get out of that unit itself. And then we have radio hoods here and here, and then radio benches. And you can see we've deactivated all of those containment units and associated laboratories. Obviously, the lab has a lot of ventilation in it. So part of deactivation was shutting down exhaust fans and supply fans. This gives you a typical ventilation system that consists of a HEPA bank to filter all particulates out before it's released to the environment. We have HEPA banks on most of our exhaust systems. As far as what all we've shut down our supply fans to all of our buildings, which resulted in unconditioned air, so we no longer have conditioned air, which lowers habitability inside the buildings. We've shut down the glove box exhaust. We've shut down high-level and low-level drain exhaust. Those were associated with our waste tanks. Our shielded cell exhaust, we did have a unique capability of running really highly radioactive samples within shielded cells using remote manipulators. We shut down that cell exhaust. The air monitoring exhaust in one of the buildings was shut down. We maintain it in a second building currently, and we had a vacuum system that supported analytical instrumentation. I mentioned the air gaps of the services, a couple of pictures here. We've isolated steam, chill water, domestic water, fire water, processed water, and that's just a typical picture of an air gap where you can look at it and it's physically disconnected, and it's obvious to the next worker coming in that that hazard has been eliminated. Just some more pictures. These are before and after. Give you a pretty good idea of the work we've done in the labs. So the top pictures are going to be before pictures. You can see there's a lot of chemicals, a lot of analytical standards, a lot of samples in different locations here. Part of the effort was, I mean, we had thousands of samples, thousands of chemicals to get rid of. So we got the majority of those taken care of. We're still dispositioning a few. We went in, and our goal was to get these units here, the contamination levels very low inside where we could walk away from them. When we had issues decontaminating these units, we have a fixative that was actually designed by Florida State, I believe, for use in the 235 facility that was previously mentioned. We use that fixative to basically fix contamination, and it will stay right where it is for a long time. I mentioned the shielded cells. This is a picture of the shielded cells with the manipulators. So all of that work was actually done remotely from outside of the cells. And this is a before and after of our glove boxes, a working glove box with the gloves installed. As part of deactivation, we pulled everything out of the glove boxes. We sealed it on inlet and outlet sides. So it's basically a box in a room. A couple of maps. So this is more talking about zones. I won't get into a lot of detail there, but the top picture is your 772F main floor. We have deactivated almost all of the floor. If you walk in there, it's going to be ambient air coming in and not a lot of it. And it's what we call cold and dark. So you've got unconditioned air, and we've gone in and removed all of our bulbs, lighting ballasts that may contain PCBs, and most of the material inside there has been removed. This is our basement or our service floor. This was probably the highest radiological hazard we had here. We have since deactivated this zone as well, but those were deactivated a couple years ago. And this is the newer building, 772-1F. Since this slide was developed, this area right here has also been deactivated. So the majority of that building is deactivated now. The next phases will work together, these three zones. As we shut down ventilation here, we will also shut down the inlets coming in, allowing a path for ventilation. So I kind of mentioned in FY23, we were tasked with reducing cost. So this little roadmap shows in 21, 22, 23, and 24, we're going through the zone deactivation sequentially, you know, coming out of the higher hazard areas to the lower hazard. We organized a task team. We reviewed endpoints and evaluated S&M cost. The big ticket item was we identified steam as a very costly service, approximately $4 million. Just to heat the lab is basically what steam did. So we determined that we could proceed with deactivation without steam. We made a decision to pivot from the endpoint deactivation to isolate steam and water. And that did result in a $3 to $4 million annual savings that we could put back into the deactivation project. So this is what's remaining for the rest of deactivation. For building 772 1F, we're pretty much done there. The last remaining items, we need to shut down one exhaust fan, and basically we'll air gap what goes out of the stack to the environment and cap that. And we will seal what comes into the building. So basically you'll have a sealed box. We will complete external electrical and mechanical isolations. That's a part of turnover to area completion projects. And we have some remaining radiological waste contained disposition. Building 285-3F, that is our chiller plant. We still have to isolate and drain our water services there, have 3 services: domestic water, which supplies our cooling tower, the fire water for the building, and then chill water that provided cooling to the building. Move hazardous materials. The biggest thing we had here was approximately 6,500 pounds of Freon. These are 1990 chillers. Had a lot of refrigerant in it. We had to get that removed. We have successfully removed a little more than the 6,000 pounds noted here. We had several issues. We basically ran this chiller plant for the last couple years. We ran it to failure knowing we were doing deactivation of it in the near term. So we had some issues we had to resolve to get this refrigerant out, but we are actually this week finally getting the last of it. This is another one we'll have to complete external and electrical and mechanical isolation. And we actually have a lot of batteries in this building that control the electrical switchgear that we'll have to take out. Building 772F, we still have some chemicals in there to dispose of. I mentioned a basement. We have to install some pumps to eliminate rainwater intrusion that would go down a slope ramp that could potentially get into our basement. So that's ongoing. Mentioned the remote monitoring project. We're still working on that. We still need to complete a couple zones, the service floor and the roof, and then align our exhaust ventilation. We have several things to do there. Just checkouts to make sure that we are pulling the right amount of exhaust on this facility. We do plan to leave one fan aligned in this facility for at least the near-term future. And then we have some external electrical. And that's all of my slides. I'll open it up for questions.
Start with you.
Willie Priester with CAB. My question is, I've heard you talk a lot about the deactivation and a lot of the pivots and changes that's been made. Please help me understand who is a part of that process for making the changes.
Okay.
And what does that process look like?
So we have a formal group of procedures for deactivation. We have a manual that tells us how you deactivate facilities. So we have a group, we have engineering, we have our safety basis folks, we have, ultimately the department has to give us approval for whatever we change. Our document has been approved that this is how we're going to deactivate. So anytime we change that, we do have to go back for approval there. But yeah, we have all of the stakeholders involved in that.
John.
John Thomas, CAB. One of your earlier slides talked about heavy water analysis and asbestos analysis. Can you talk a little more about that? What do you do and what's involved in the analysis?
So I will be honest with you, I am not the scientist. I am the ops guy. Okay. So the scientist and the chemist are what did that. But there was during the D&D, I can speak a little to the asbestos. Back when D&D was rampant throughout the complex, we did have industrial hygiene chemists that came in and analyzed asbestos samples from throughout the complex. So the heavy water, I really can't speak a lot to that. I just know that that was a process that analyzed.
Okay, thank you. Also, I had a question on, let's see. Oh, yeah, what did you do with the refrigerant that came out?
So the refrigerant it's standing in probably canisters this big around on pallets. So we have collected it all, and it has a disposition path that goes through the site. It's all accounted for, and we have a vendor that has removed it, but the site is responsible for disposition. of
Okay,
everything.
so nothing's happened to it yet?
Not yet.
Just
No,
gotten
we're
deleted.
still trying to reclaim it.
Okay, and what was the problem with the issue in reclaiming?
So what we ran into is, like I mentioned, it wasn't in the reclaiming itself. We needed to recirculate the water through the chillers to prevent potentially rupturing a coil as we remove the refrigerant. And as I mentioned, around the FY24 timeframe, we chose to not maintain this chiller plant as great as we did when we were operating. Basically, we're going to run it to failure because we know it's going down. Okay. So we had a few leaks that prevented us from recirculating our chill water to allow us to evacuate the refrigerant. There were no issues with the evacuation itself. It was just getting set up to do it.
Okay, good. Thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
Dell?
Dale Priester, CAB. Once all of the deactivation is done,
So I would say we are about 80% done.
yeah, no, I'm not finished.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
said, once it's done.
I'm sorry.
Once it's done, what's going to happen to these buildings?
Okay, so that is a great question. So what is going to happen to the building is we're preparing it for long-term safe storage and maintenance, S&M. So we will continue to monitor some parameters of the buildings. Eventually, the buildings, we haven't determined the final end state. What we suspect is the 772 1F building will be allowed to be removed and come down to grade. The 772F building will likely be dispositioned in situ, like the 235 building's being done, and eventually grouted. But again, that has not been finalized. That's just what we're working towards in the plan. So there will be a period of time. It will go in a queue with the area completions project, and it'll go into a queue for disposition. It could be 2030, it could be 2032. I don't know exactly where it'll go in that queue, but in the interim, we will periodically monitor it.
I'm glad you asked, because if you didn't, I was gonna. All right, any other questions from around the table? Yeah, Deborah.
Deborah Creech, CAB. My question is, on the flush, when you spoke on the flush air gap diesel generator fuel tanks,
Yes, ma'am.
and it says allows generators to be considered permanently closed by the state. Is there a possibility that they could be considered to be reopened because it says to be considered?
So they have been considered permanently closed. We have documented that. Now, that generator could be reused elsewhere on site as it was left. In fact, that's a good question because our original endpoint, we were actually removing those to be accessed. But in the 2023 timeframe, we chose to take that endpoint away. And for instance, if someone else on site wants that generator, they can pay to come get it.
Anything else from around the table? Dell, I have to ask you another question. I just saw your card still up. No, you're good. I just want to make sure that I don't leave you behind, that's all. I've forgotten enough this morning. I don't want to leave y'all out. Anything else around the table? Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, our next presenters are going to talk about nuclear materials recovery in H Canyon. It's going to be this one in your packets. Y'all want to come on up? There's a clicker right there on the table.
Hear me? Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to check. Okay. Good morning. My name is Tara Armstead, You might have remembered me from giving you guys a talk in September on the Accelerated Basin Inventory Program and some updates. Here's a fun fact that should jog your memory. We had safely and securely dissolved 1 metric ton of highly enriched uranium, and we had dispositioned half of it. And that was in a few short years. But today, I am very excited because I get to talk to you about a new mission. This mission is what we've been deeming the fuel mission. So that's a fun name, not as, eloquent maybe as ABD, but when I show you what it stands for, you'll get it. So under this new mission, we are returning to uranium recovery. So under ABD, we laid up, which Trey just talked about was a kind of a homegrown term, our solvent extraction processes. That's where the uranium is removed from the dissolved fuel. And we had laid up a couple support processes that supported those. So we have some evaporators. We had what was called head-in, which we're bringing back this year. So head-in is just, it's a centrifuge. So if you actually envision the spin cycle of your washing machine, same thing. So it pushes the solution out where it needs to go, and it holds on to the solids, because solids really aren't great for solvent extraction. So we are bringing those back up. And later, my project manager, Jeff Hasty, is going to talk about how exactly we are bringing those back up. Because just like an old classic car, you don't always go after 3 years or so of sitting there, fire it right back up. You got to change the oil, take your time a little bit. But that thing, once it's back up and running, it's going to purr, okay? So H Canyon, here's a quick memory, is the only production scale shielded radiochemical separations facility in the country today. So I am very proud to be there and be working for Environmental Operations, who runs that facility. We have a long legacy of processing used nuclear fuel. We've done a lot of uranium and even neptunium recovery. And in fact, in the early 2000s, we actually recovered 301 metric tons of HEU that we converted to LEU for nuclear power. That went to energy. So what does that really mean in terms of 301 metric tons of uranium? I don't know about you, it's kind of hard to visualize. Well, that is enough power to power all of Aiken County for 56 years. 56 years, and that was just in a handful of years. And so as we move forward with uranium recovery, we're going back into energy production so that we can, again, keep a safe domestic supply of energy and keep it affordable for people like us, okay? So the why. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I think everyone has a nice phone. We've been using it. This thing, though, and where technology is going, as Sarnell talked to you about AI, it uses a lot of energy. And as we move forward, energy consumption and demand is just going up. So let's see what ChatGPT actually has to say. See if it works today. Hey, Chat, can you please say hello to the people? She takes a little bit.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be speaking with you all today.
Hey, Chat, I think conversations like this are happening all over the CSRA. Can you give me a sense of the energy demand for conversations and data centers for that? Hey, Chat. You can do it. Hey, Chat, how much energy does this conversation use if it was extrapolated to a year?
If we scaled up conversations like this across a whole year in your region, we might be talking thousands of megawatt hours of energy. That could be comparable to powering a few hundred homes. It's a reminder that small interactions add up to a big energy footprint when we look at the bigger picture.
Can you give me a sense of coal consumption versus nuclear?
If we powered that demand with coal, we'd be looking at hundreds of coal cars, easily 700 or more for that year of energy. On the other hand, if we use nuclear, it would only take a few kilograms of uranium, something you could hold in your hand. That's the scale of difference in fuel.
Thank you. So, oops, as I throw things. We had a little practice session at home. She's, okay. But, so you can kind of start to see the why. And so as a result, they came out with a couple executive orders that are reinvigorating the nuclear energy base. And so these orders, again, are to provide affordable, reliable energy for us, and then also advance future nuclear reactors. These nuclear reactors should be more efficient, smaller, less waste. We're moving in that direction. There were a couple key sound bites in this executive order that sort of outlined the how are we going to do that. So the one here I want you to focus on is really the one in bold. It's the one that says, let's go look and reevaluate our nuclear reprocessing, separation, and storage facilities that have valuable material, equipment, operations, and experienced workers that could have fuel cycle benefits. That sure sounds a lot like SRS and H Canyon. So as we move forward, we have worked to develop a plan to produce. We're focusing on high assay, low enriched uranium, but the difference between low, HALEU, high assay, low enriched uranium, and high is just how much you dilute it with natural uranium. So highly enriched is over 20%. If it's HALEU, it's between 5 and 20%. And if it's low enriched, which is what our nuclear fleet runs on today, it's between 3 and 5%. So as we move into reinvigorating the nuclear industry base, HALEU is going to be key for these advanced reactors. Smaller designs, longer fuel cycles, so they don't have to change out the fuel as much. That's more efficient, less waste. So these pictures at the bottom are basically showing kind of the step-by-step in the fuel cycle. So this is the high flux isotope reactor. It's up in Oak Ridge. And here at SRS, we receive HYFER fuel on a regular basis. We always have, well, not always, we've been doing that for a while. But what I want you to know is that reactor is used to create medical isotopes for cancer treatment. And so we are part of that solution that provides cancer treatment to the world, really. So that material is coming in, and we've been working on dispositioning it. So this is a picture of it being loaded into the H Canyon dissolver. So it goes down into nitric acid. We heat the nitric acid solution up, and then it basically goes from the fuel that you see right there. It dissolves, so think of a sugar dissolving in tea, and it becomes part of the solution. And that solution can then be processed. Again, under the accelerated base and D inventory, we monitored, adjusted the recipe, and then transferred it to liquid waste for safe stabilization. Under the new mission, we're going to run it through solvent extraction to pull out the uranium. The rest of it will go to liquid waste, and then we can beneficially reuse that, use that uranium. So outside, this is a picture right outside Canyon. So the material has gone through the canyon, it goes outside, so it's very low radiation now. It's just uranium mostly. And it can be adjusted with natural uranium to basically produce whatever target you need, because it comes out of research reactors. It's highly enriched, so now we're bringing it down to HALEU. And then it can go to a fuel fabricator. So this is some actual fuel that they use. It's called a trisoparticle, and it can be put into those advanced reactors. So what's the need for HALEU? Again, going back to why are we doing this? So the Office of Nuclear Energy currently has identified 26 metric tons of HALEU, and SRS is part of that. We have 3.1 that we're already providing to them. That 3.1 came from material that was processed before going to the accelerated basin D inventory. So it's been sitting there. We were gonna plan on dispositioning it, but again, beneficial reuse. So it's gonna go to nuclear energy for conversion to HALEU fuel. But the demand right now is 49 metric tons, and that's only expected to grow. So they only have enough for about half of it. So as a result, when we looked at what is in the basin and what could H Canyon do, we said, hey, we could do an additional 19.7 metric tons of HALEU, and that actually is covered in 80% of the aluminum used nuclear fuel in the basin. So we're still meeting our disposition goals, and now it's being beneficially reused for power.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
I couldn't tell what the light blue for the HYFER. Which blue is the HYFER?
This is the HYFER, it's the teal. And then this is what we call material test reactor. So it's a series of research reactors, MER, MIT, NIST, some of the other reactors around the country as well. Then this is basically, there is some additional fuel. I think you guys, maybe not all of you have heard, we for a while talked about non-aluminum fuel. So there's some of that. That's a little less convertible to HALEU because it produces a lot of solids when you dissolve it. So you have to deal with that. And sort of what I talked to you a little bit about earlier, the solids are not very good for the solvent extraction process. So we wanted to kind of, at least as an initial attack, you go in for what are the low-hanging fruit, right? Any other questions? Awesome. Okay, so fuel utilization, extraction, and leverage. Kind of makes sense now when we're talking about what we're gonna do. We're gonna extract the uranium and we're gonna leverage it for new energy. So again, we'll blend it down after it's been ran through solvent extraction to recover the uranium. So this is just a quick reminder of our flow path. Material that's stored in L area is transferred to H Canyon, all on SRS, and that material gets down blended, and we are then going to be transferring it to industrial partners. So it's the industrial partners that will take the HALEU material that we produce and convert it to fuel particles. Some of them are likely to resell it to advanced reactors. Some of them are standing up their own advanced reactors at different locations. So that right now is being managed under the Department of Energy HALEU program umbrella. The solution that has the fission products in it, which does have isotopes. So as we move into looking forward for isotope recovery, that's the stream we're talking about. Those isotopes would potentially be recovered before being transferred to liquid waste. So you've seen this before. Traditionally, it's the other way, but now we're going backwards. So the top is what we are currently doing. So you can see it's just receive, dissolve, kind of store, adjust, transfer. And so these are the cycles that we're bringing back. Head in, which is the centrifuge, then first and second cycle. Basically, first cycle is the main purification cycle, but then it gets cleaned up a little bit more in second cycle. It's almost like a polishing cycle. So we are firing those back up, And Jeff will give you a little bit more details on when we're doing. There is a lot of work. Again, it doesn't just immediately turn right on, but we have a plan, we're going after it, and we're executing. So, again, I'm excited. This mission has a lot of importance. It's a priority for the nation, and we're here at SRS contributing to it. So we're going to supply 22.8 metric tons. That's in total, the new stuff plus the stuff we already have, which is enough to power all of Aiken County for 17 years. So that's great, okay? This is actually equivalent to 116,000 rail cars of coal. So nuclear has a much higher power density, which is why it doesn't take as much. This material is going to be used to support research, development, startup of nuclear reactors. We're almost priming the pump. We have this material available, and we're going to supply it while they're getting up and running to do additional fabrication of HALEU as well, because we only have a limited supply right now of used nuclear fuel, as you saw from that graph. So we're going to do as much as we can and move forward. But that demand signal is only going to grow as AI and energy consumption increases. So that is enough to supply about 1 to 2 small modular reactors or multiple microreactors. Microreactors is a little bit of a newer term. It just means even smaller, okay? And that will be able to reduce foreign dependence. So the reason that's on there is because right now we get a lot of our uranium from foreign countries. So we're not doing as much here. That's part of the reason we're reinvigorating. There is some here, but it comes from all over. So we're starting to stand that up and grow really a domestic supply chain. Now, in terms of how does this fit with the DOE EM mission, we still have a mission of environmental stewardship, and as a result, we are going to be processing 80% of the aluminum fuel, and that way we can reduce DOE EM liabilities, reduce what's in our backyard, and beneficially reuse that material. This also then allows storage for more HYFR if they need it. You know, they have mission times, they can get extended, you know, as much as I wish they'd come up with a solution to cancer before it starts, at least we have treatment. So, and that's going to continue to be needed as we move forward. It also creates additional jobs and provides an enduring mission. Energy is not something that you can't live without. We need energy, and it's only going to be around. I'm going to turn over to my project manager now, and then we'll come back for questions.
Thank you, Tara. She's a hard act to follow, does a great job. But mentioned earlier the 301 metric tons of fuel that was generated about 10 years ago. That was processed through our A-line facility. Our HALEU, production of HALEU, will follow the same process. So currently we have our HEU is stored in our E42 tank there. That material is transferred over to our blending tank. Natural uranium is added to it. Sample, make sure we get the right concentrations. Then it's held to a batch tank. The batch tank is then transferred over to our LR230s, which are our shipping containers. The LR230s are the same containers we used to ship the LEU to Tennessee back a decade ago. Same type of containers. So again, the process it's been used. It's been very well, has produced very well through the years. The same process. We started about a year and a half ago, going back through the process, just getting it ready to run again. As Tara mentioned, there are a lot of things you have to go do to restart pumps, valves, transmitters, things of that nature. So we're working on that currently. The material that we currently have, it has been designated to go to Tennessee to a fuel fabricator there. Department of Nuclear Energy, they control that. So again, we're working with them. They're standing their plant up, getting ready to receive our material, and our first shipment is scheduled around early 2028 timeframe to make our first shipment of this material to Tennessee. Right now, we're looking at probably about 15 shipments to complete this portion of the mission. There's a busy slide, a lot of information on this slide, but just kind of give you an idea. A-line repairs, I was just talking about right here. We'll complete that around July timeframe. We'll go through our assessments to start up, get authorization to actually start blending. Again, early in 2028, we'll start making our first shipments there. While we're doing that, we're bringing up the processes. As Tara mentioned earlier, head-ins this year. When the facility was laid up several years ago, they did a great job documenting exactly what they did to lay things up. So we got it ready to restart it. It made our job a lot easier. So we go back and we look at their documentation. Okay, we need to go reverse these steps. It's a lot of steps, but we know what we got to go do. The team has really started working on head-end. We were actually complete the maintenance work this month for head-end, getting it ready to come online later this year. Again, it's the very first step in the process. Following that, once head-end is up and operating, we'll move to first cycle. First cycle is a lot more work there, as you can see, a little longer timeline here. Get first cycle back up next year, and then following that will be second cycle. So our goal here is to have the entire recovery process back up and running in 2028. So once we get running in 2028, bringing the uranium all the way through the cycles again, producing HEU, we'll stockpile it. We're continuing to ship to Tennessee with our current mission. And then in around 2029 timeframe, we'll complete the current mission, 3.1 metric tons to Tennessee, and we'll have fuel ready to go out the door to the next customer. Could be the same customer, could be a different customer. We don't know yet. So again, it'll be a seamless supply of HALEU once we start up in 28, and this will go on for a long time moving forward. So, the team is restarting the Canyon. We're very fortunate to have people who actually operate the Canyon still with us. So they know how systems work. They're training our new employees, so we'll have that legacy to turn over to them to continue operation moving forward. Again, H Canyon, it has a long history of producing. Some of the work, that's been mentioned, the 301 metric tons here. The ABD mission, which Tara mentioned a few minutes ago, the Office of Nuclear Energy, that's what we're doing with the 301 metric tons, and then moving forward to create for future missions moving forward. So it's exciting to be a part of the group. It's exciting to have a mission, a valuable mission, a mission the nation needs. Again, the Canyon has produced, it was built in the 50s. Through the decades, it's produced, supported the nation for various campaigns. And I'm looking forward to it producing for many more decades with our new mission moving forward. So, questions?
We'll start with you.
Willie Priestley with CAB. Thanks for your report. I had a question, though, regarding the comparisons that you made of coal versus nuclear. My question, I guess, is centered around the impact on the environment of coal versus nuclear and the cost coal versus nuclear.
That's a good question. So in terms of environmental, the nuclear is a clean energy source, so there isn't really the same carbon emission, so there's a lot less impactive. You are in both the source, you're still digging both of them out of the ground, so it's really, the difference is how they're being used. So in terms of the cost, that one is a little bit harder to answer because it's not exactly apples to apples. So in nuclear, we have strong safety culture. This isn't an industry where you can afford to have accidents. So that does drive sometimes our cost up in how we're doing things, So in terms, I'd have to kind of get you exact numbers and data, but it's not exactly apples to apples. And a lot of times the cost is then in how you're using and then dealing with the byproducts.
Okay. We'll go over to John.
John Thomas, CAB. Thank you for the presentation. My question's around pretty much delivery. How do you talked about uranium from foreign sources. How do we get that? I mean, does it come on commercial airlines? Do they have their own airplanes? I just wonder.
Boat, okay. Yeah, boat. They come,
Boat.
they have ships that will supply material, and they come typically over the ocean, and rail car, things of that nature.
Okay.
So.
And then along the same lines of delivery, because then HALU's going to Oak Ridge. How are you transporting that?
So it's called an LR230 container. It's a container made to handle liquid, certified to handle liquid. It holds about 225 gallons. And our shipments will actually have 9 LR230s per truck, and they'll be transported. It's the same containers we used for lower enriched uranium. We're not going to use it for the high enriched uranium.
Okay. So you're using it on a truck?
It's a truck, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And there's a lot of, anytime you put anything on the road, on the ocean, on the rail, they do a pretty extensive safety evaluation for that involves, if worst case scenario, what if, to keep the public and the environment safe. So it is something that is extensively studied, and that's part of the licensing and approval to put it on the road before you get there.
Okay, good. Thank you.
This is actually a picture of the LR230s on a truck. So as you can see, that's how they're shipped. That's actually the LEU going to Tennessee. So.
Great. Thank you.
We'll bounce back across the room and go to Wanda.
Wanda Jackson, Cab. I noticed that you said something about the cost. What is the budget, annual budget for?
Want to take this? I'll go DOE for that one.
I won't give exact numbers, but the way we planned this, and we partnered diligently with SRS, the funding that we have that we utilize to do the current accelerated basin de-inventory, we actually took those numbers, good stewards, right? And we said, hey, if we pivoted, how much of the existing funding can we use and efficiencies and those kind of things, and could we make it happen? And they were able to demonstrate that for the next few fiscal years. We could pivot with the existing funding to function to do this mission. So I won't get into specific numbers, but right now, for the next couple fiscal years, there is no increase. Now, future years down the road, it may change, particularly when we talked about the HB line, where we'd have to hire people. But for the current ABD to uranium recovery for HALU, the funding is about the same. And that's an accurate answer.
Okay. And my next question was, I noticed that you were saying something about the employees. How many employees do you think that you have that's with this mission to accomplish what you're doing?
So I think our current staffing right now, both inside and outside, is about a total of 400. That includes a lot of support orgs, engineering, RadCon, maintenance, oversight, things like that. We are staffing up a little bit for the outside facilities to do the A-line piece of it, because that's something we haven't done in a period of time. So, but we do run very efficient. We look for improvement. So we also recognize we want to make sure we get people in to do the job. So I think we're plussing up by a total of about 10 operators and additional couple engineers as well. And then the reverberating impacts with subcontracts for people to do the work and things like that does trickle into the community. And then when we go to B-line, it's going to be much more substantial because that facility was in a different layup state than H Canyon, which only had a couple processes. The entire facility was laid up. So that's going to be a more substantial hiring.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sally?
My question, actually it's not a question, but with the new mission that we have, H Canyon has going on with the country, do you all interact with the data centers at all with that? Because I know the data centers, they are anytime you go to a meeting, they're always complaining about the energy that they will.
I know, right? So that's why I thought it was very timely. So we directly have not had any. However, as you heard from SRNL, the Department of Energy has stood up Project Genesis. So they are asking us for input into that project in terms of what are our needs? You know, you got to know what to go answer. So as the department looks more and as other industries move to larger data centers, we're more on removed for producing the material to make the fuel, to make the reactors, to then supply. So it is a trickle effect, but we're not directly in the communication. We're more on the telephone of them.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. John?
Just a quick question, John Richards, EPA. Are you allowed to say, or do you know the Oak Ridge facility that's in 2028?
It's TRISO-X, the name of them.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in construction now.
Okay. Deborah?
Deborah Creech, Cab. My question is, when you utilize chat, my question is, with the process of moving forward with H-Cannon and using that process of with no technology is increasing and getting knowledge from there, but what's the protocol or the security awareness of order without, when you get information from ChatGPT, would compromise the mission plan and what you already purposing to do to move forward without changing or compromising the plan?
That's a good question. So there is a couple of things going on, but let's take a step back. So the security protocol on site, we have a governance board for software, anything that we do to make sure that our adversaries aren't doing any backdoor, even with just software purchases, it's very specific. We can't really even engage with purchasing some software that is manufactured by a foreign entity. So there is a lot of security. I don't go into the details because I'm just like, tell me what I can use, okay? So that being said, we do have a AI system on site. The reason that we kind of talked about that is because, so it's called Chat SRS. Does a lot of things, but it's not plugged in with the web as you saw with ChatGPT. So it is basically in AI platforms, you can essentially either purchase almost like a subscription where someone else builds it, maintains it, or you can build your own, or what likely you can purchase it and then put it on a standalone. So it's behind our firewall and only has access to what's in the box. So as they move forward, they are looking at ways to expand the box, but we're still in the box, okay? So in terms of using, it's the same protocol that we have every day. You can't necessarily share certain information until it's been approved for use. But you could also, just in general, go to the web and search for ideas. So if you're like, hey, chat, what companies sell shipping containers for, and you can't say uranium because besides that, chat has some protocols set up where it doesn't want you to do naughty things, okay? But it basically is like, hey, if I had to ship something that contains nitric acid, what do I need to know? So it's more of a useful tool for that when you're a little outside the box, but we stay in the box, especially for any specific. So it has very minimal security impact on the mission.
Awesome answer.
Del Priester, Cab. You said that the Oak Ridge facility will not receive the first shipment from you guys until 2028. So do we have, right now, enough materials to sustain until that time?
Yes, ma'am. So right now, the materials is currently in storage. It hasn't been blended yet. So we won't blend it till we get ready to ship it, just prior to shipment. So, it's just sitting there right now waiting on them. So once they get their plant built, licensed, and ready to receive, we'll be ready to ship to them.
Yeah. The big key is that a lot of the advanced reactors, they've been in research and development, but under the executive orders, there's been a big push to accelerate. So that's why you're seeing a lot more production, and part of the key reason why it's not being shipped out, because we're ready, we could go, but we need them to be up and ready. So they're actually breaking ground. They just broke ground a little bit ago. So that's the reason. So yes, there's material, yes, there's a demand, but the demand has really risen under the executive orders as the country reinvigorates the nuclear base.
Deborah. Susan.
Thank you. Susan Fulmer, DES. Could you say a little bit about ABD? Has that completely stopped, or could you talk a little bit about what that wrap-up process is?
Absolutely. So how I let in was we had dissolved 1 metric ton and dispositioned half of it. So there is half a metric ton in the canyon today that we're going to actually make into HALEU. So it's actually a little bit of a challenge because we had reconfigured all our tanks. The canyon's built to be very, very flexible. So you can, they use what's called jumpers, and they can basically change the flow path. So I can go from here to here to here, here. It's actually very cool. They were geniuses. So we are going to take all the material, and we've been slowly moving it around as we set up and bring back the processes. So it's a little bit of a shuffling game. So we're actually repurposing the half metric ton from ABD. So yes, it has been essentially placed into a, I don't know, we've moved on to the next mission, but the material that we produced under ABD is being used.
Deborah, did you have another one? Another question? Nope. Okay. I have to ask. You leave them up. It's fine. It's okay. I just have to ask. All right. Any other questions from around the table? Folks, thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
So I bet you looked at the agenda and you thought, yes, early lunch. But as I like to tell my children, no. Our next presenter is the first one who was up after lunch. He's graciously come in a little bit early. We figure we have the time. Let's go ahead and take care of this one. We can get through this next one. When he gets done, then I promise we'll go to lunch. Even if it's a little early, it's okay. One thing I'm going to ask you to do in your packets are the 3 recommendations that we're going to talk about under board business. If you haven't read them, in your email that you've gotten twice over the past 2 weeks, take some time during lunch to make sure that you read the 3 recommendations that are in your packets. That way you're prepared to talk about them, discuss, debate, decide, weigh the pros and cons of these, figure out kind of where you sit before we open up debate on the board and how you want to proceed with it, okay? So do me a favor, just take these out, take them with lunch with you. They're short. They're all this short. It's not much. It's like, what, 4 sentences? We're good. You can read those. It's going to be awesome. And I didn't tap dance enough to fill time. Here we go. All right. So next up is going to be liquid waste modeling. We're going to talk about incorporating cost this time. And Andrew, whenever you're ready, sir.
Sounds good. It's kind of like the echo being right behind me. So, hi everyone. My name is Andrew Jung. I am a system planning modeling lead with SRMC. I've been working with SRMC since early 2018. And I'm happy to just kind of show you all what the liquid waste modeling, how we incorporate costs into our modeling and life cycle projections. So quick overview. We'll go over purposes of modeling, the liquid waste life cycle model overview, types of costs in the model, and how cost control is applied in the model, and then next steps when it comes to development. So we'll just kind of go from more of a kind of high level, what's the approach, why do we do these these things, and then kind of go down into, okay, so then how does it actually work, that kind of stuff. So modeling in general, it's creating a digital twin. It's making a digital simulation of processes that go on in the facility on the ground. It's a way for us to, we have a lot of subject matter experts on site that have a very deep understanding of their facilities and their parts in the whole mission. And it helps us consolidate those constants, variables, constraints that they intimately know into a place that's outside of them so they can take PTO if they need to. But it has a separate place where we can evaluate evaluate the aggregate events of different pump rates, different chemical assumptions that we have, and simulate what-if scenarios. And by having a digital twin, we can simulate and anticipate emergent behaviors. So these are behaviors that are not apparent when you just look at one part. These are behaviors that happen when you have all the parts together and see them interact. A good analogy or an analogy, you guys can decide if it's good or not, but an analogy that I have is, let's say you have a bike, right? You have a person who makes the gears, they're really looking at the number of teeth and whatnot, but an emergent behavior is when you actually drive the bicycle, right? And how it functions, how that with the chain and with the handlebars, how it moves around. So that's kind of a different level of analyses that is separate, only can happen when you have a certain level of complexity introduced. So not necessarily always the sum of their parts. So for example, vibrations in the main device can cause screws in the handle attachment to come loose. Each different part could have designed it with their own constraints, but there are things that come up when you put it all together, essentially. So it helps us look at that. The liquid waste operation is more complex than building a bike. There's multiple complex facilities, each with unique safety controls that send and receive feed between them. And so the modeling helps us get a simulation and projections on the liquid waste facility as a whole. So just added in this quick flow chart of the liquid waste facility. So we've got the waste in the tank farms in H and F area. We mainly have two different waste processing lines. We have the salt waste and the sludge waste processing line. The salt waste goes through the salt waste processing facility, and the sludge waste goes through the defense waste processing facility. The salt waste processing facility separates the radionuclides from the salt waste and sends those over to defense waste, DWPF. That's where vitrification happens and poured into canisters and stored for temporary storage. The rest of the decontaminated salt solution is then sent to saltstone and then mixed with grout and sent to SDU. So just high-level flow chart, and I color-coded the next sections just to make that connection between the different areas. But this is a high-level kind of flow chart there. So the life cycle model itself is a combination of logistical and chemical controls. It brings together waste removal priorities, engineering controls, improvements, and operational strategies. And the model itself is used for the liquid waste system plan. And it's developed with DBD, our teaming subcontractor. So we got the blue box where the tank farms were. We have pipelines that connect to both of the facilities where the salt and sludge waste would be. The pink box, that's the SJPF. DWPF is in the brown box, and then saltstone is in the green box. So we have it's a representation, digital representation of that flow chart that we had in a simulation model. The model itself, and there's no pop quiz or anything, but it's very, I'd like to throw on just to explain the complexity of how we build the model and how we kind of offload that sort of knowledge that we all have onto something that we can help forecast the performance. So each of those steps, and this is one vessel in DWPF. It's the sludge receipt and adjustment tank, the SRAT. That's where the sludge waste initially comes in, and it also combines with the radionuclides that it received from SJPF. So we've got a bunch of different steps, each of those with different resources and time steps that are associated with it. This purple graph here is a volume graph, and you start to see that, oh, there's some sort of pattern that goes on here in the overall time versus volume trend in the strat itself. So the macro behavior that we see in terms of, hey, we think that this is the cycle time of a strat batch, or this is how long a strat can turn around its material, that emerges from modeling all the smaller boxes that we have with the time and resources constraints there. So it allows strategic evaluation for operational priorities, engineering innovation, and changes of external factors. So, you know, if the assumptions change, we have the framework that all the assumptions that we know that are physical and or on the process side that are true, and then we can start saying, well, what if this thing changes? What does that look like? And so it helps us give a quantifiable comparison of the life cycle timeline. Like I said, transfers subject matter expert process knowledge onto data and model outputs. It gives us a way to evaluate, because a lot of times with these complex systems, if you look at a problem individually, yeah, you know, that should be positive, or yes, that should be negative. It becomes harder and harder once you introduce multiple of those constraints and you're given into a situation where you have to choose one or the other, given the limited resources. And that's where the quantifiable comparison really helps, where you can, you know, get the best bang for your buck, essentially, when it comes to evaluating those different constraints or opportunities. So I talked a lot about the chemistry, the logistics, the resourcing, pump rates, and things like that. But you know, when it comes to the end, you have to fund all those activities somehow. So the types of costs in the model are roughly broken down into two big buckets. There's recurring costs, i.e. the processing facilities themselves, because they have to keep running. And intermittent costs. So these are for installations, one-time costs. Mainly, we got waste tank mixing device installations, closure sampling, grouting. So it's really the costs associated with closing out our tanks. And because we kind of go from this web system and channel all that waste into two of our processing facilities, that's how we've broken down the different costs in the model. The model prioritizes the recurring costs over the intermittent costs, i.e. our outlet is always going to be secured and funded before we start, as we cut down in situations. This prevents us from blocking our outage. If you know, we don't want the whole system to be constipated in some way. So we want to ensure that the outage is there. And then if there are limits that are happening, we would want to limit our input stream to leave the facility in a safe position. So the recurring costs are adjusted through maintenance times and spare part availability. Intermittent costs are controlled by the actual installation and activities that happen on the facilities, the tanks themselves. So with the installation, it goes through this decision chart, the cyclical decision chart with every cost cycle the model has within. So it would first refresh its balance. It would execute any sludge mobilization activities first. And then it would then prioritize anything that would prevent a feed break in our processing facilities. Then it would execute if required for FFA commitments. And then it would execute for any other priority spends. And then at that point, it will then wait for its next cost cycle and then kind of repeat this process over and over again. And this make sure that we operate in agreement with SCDES and EPA risk reduction from waste processing has priority over tank closures post waste removal. So making sure that we are really reducing the main risk, which is the waste itself, making sure that those are, if push comes to shove in the situation where we have to choose one or the other, we're gonna make sure that the actual contents of the waste are processed first before we start using resources on closing the ancillary structures that are there. So once we do that, this example is what gets spit out at the back end of the model. It gives us a timeline. You see on the left side all the different tanks. It is a timeline, so the x-axis is time broken down. And you can see different blocks, different colored blocks representing different activities of those intermittent activities on the tank top. And then over across the top, you got project support there. That's our recurring costs going for the processing facility themselves. So with the model and its layer of cost-based decisions on top of the logistical and chemical processing, it's able to populate the different activities that ought to happen with its constraints of the model. So kind of breaking down the steps, how cost control is applied to the model. So how do we use it, right? So it would be, hey, we need a change of this pricing profile. There's a different situation. What does that look like? Change maybe this specific year to a different dollar value. Then we would put that in, run the model. The model will change installations and by it changing the waste installations, it also changes the waste availability. If we miss a timing for a waste installation for a certain waste tank, we can't get that material out of that waste tank, so we're gonna have to pull from somewhere else in order to process through, to keep the processing rates up. So it would make those changes, and then by that, perhaps, if it's an important tank that had to get pushed off, or if it's an important tank that we pull in sooner, then that effect can propagate out towards all future transfers that happen. Sometimes, there's the chance of doing so. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it was a crucial one, and it slightly changes the path of the timings of activities. So kind of from dollars all the way to timing and how that looks like, that's kind of the flow path of the system reacting to so. And then accompanied with the earlier chart, then we see an aggregate sum of the different intermittent activities. The blue bars represent carryover from its previous cost cycle. So it's able to roll over some costs depending on the scenario and utilize those funds first before it dips into its allocated costs. So it has that flexibility there. So next steps for this cost modeling, we are working on increased detail on the preventative maintenance. We currently have all of our equipment listed or key pieces of equipment. Let's say, for example, the Strat that I talked about earlier. The example, the vessel that receives the sludge waste and receives the radionuclides from SRPF is a pretty important piece of equipment. And we have maintenance activities modeled for those. But there's also other support equipment that we can start doing a more detailed weighted approach when it comes to different maintenance. And then trying to put on top of that, if we do preventative maintenance, then how does that change our expected performance of that equipment? And that's where probabilities start to get involved, and it's really complex, and there's a lot of agreement that needs to happen between the modelers and the subject matter experts. But we're working on those. Deterministic model to probabilistic model. So currently, our maintenance activities are based off of historical performance, and they're based off of timings. So we do spread out the initial starting point of all the maintenance activities so that they don't all happen on the 1st of January or something like that. But They do run on a timer. It's a very complicated timer, but it's still a timer. So when we do runs, if we don't change anything in terms of the inputs, we get the same model. That wouldn't be the case if you start adding true probabilities to it in distribution curves. When you say that, hey, on this run, at this time, it has a 60% chance of working and not working. And if you introduce those types of runs, then no two runs would be the same. And the only true way to really evaluate it with some confidence is to keep running it until you see some sort of pattern or distribution curve and a confidence interval, and does not. So requires more magnitudes of runs, computing resources analysis, and also kind of a shift in how we model. And that's been the goal since the beginning, but we got to have something that works before we start introducing that sort of uncertainty in the model. So that's one of our next steps. And then also priority goal seeking. So iterative model run strategy would allow for cost sequencing operation. Again, back to that kind of goal-seeking behavior. Such modeling requires more computing resources, and that's something that we're working towards. So in conclusion, cost modeling allows for a nuanced view combining the changes of external factors, operational strategies, and engineering improvements at SRMC. When the price profile changes, the model prioritizes waste processing and aligning with the FFA agreements that we have, and making sure that we process through the material before, or ensure that we always are processing through the material and leaving the facility in a safe place. And the model itself is a very effective communication tool relating pricing profile and processing consequences. So a lot of the discussions that we have, especially with DOE and us, is trying to bridge the gap between, okay, so what does a 10% reduction, or if you get more money, how does that really bring in the timing? And this model is essentially a tool that helps us give a more quantitative answer towards that. So those are all my slides. So I did a lot of talking, but hopefully that was informative, and hopefully I didn't lose you on some of these. So
Let's start with John.
yes.
John Thomas, CAB. Thank you for the presentation. Your slide 5 talks about DBD, but you didn't really talk about what it was.
Oh, DBD. So it's one of those situations. So DBD is a small business. They are in downtown Aiken, right next to New Moon Cafe. They are a nuclear industry-based simulation modeling teaming subcontractor to SRMC. So similar
that's the company name.
Yes, that's the company name. Sorry.
All right. Okay.
And it's one of those situations where their company. I'm still not sure about this. It stood for different by design, but then it's what those acronyms where. It's just the acronym, but yeah, it's the teaming subcontractor to SRMC.
All right. Any other questions from around the table? Deborah, yeah.
Deborah Creech, CAB Chair. My question was, what's your most difficult challenge in meeting the process of meeting your timeline yearly? That sort of kind of put you at a halt with all these procedures and processes?
So it was in the past, our being able to, with SRPF coming up, making sure that there was a big step change from its processing rate. Historically, before SRPF, we would process about 1.8 million gallons of salt solution or salt batch solution per year. And that's jumping to 7 million, 8 million, up to that rate, right? So making sure that all the supporting tank farm infrastructure and all of our processes of evaluating a salt batch and all that, making sure that can catch up, keep up with the big SRPF, the fancy machine. You want it to run. You don't want it to be, sitting idle. So that was the big push to make sure that we can keep up with that cadence. Now it's making sure that we are we are keeping the facilities running. We've done a lot of work to get our processes fast-tracked to keep up. And if on a sunny day, and like today, all the math works out. So we just need to keep it sunny somehow and make sure that we have the umbrellas that we need, and making sure that, and that's where the maintenance piece comes in. So really drilling in on, hey, how much does this cost? How much is actually needed, and how do we make sure and prioritize fairly that those pieces of equipment are covered? So that's one of the things, and the initiative itself, I think, is called Drive to 65, and it's making sure that all the facilities are attainable at a percentage level that there's going to be inevitable downtimes. For example, like there's a site steam outage that happens annually, but to make sure that we have all the stop gaps behind so that we can keep the facilities running. So that's where it is.
And what's the amount of downtime during these processes? There are a lot of downtime. What's the percentage amount of downtime?
So it's funny because you say downtime, but downtime's perhaps the most busiest time at the facility because you constantly got maintenance crews running around. If you go to a facility or try to arrange a meeting or something, honestly, it's when things are running well, that's when people are more like, okay, like we're running, we can have this meeting. But the downtime, the goal that we're trying to get to is that 65% across all the facility for the whole the liquid waste operation. And so it seems low, but if you do just like 90% across, like if you do like 90% times 90%, then you already get to 80%. And then, it's like a probability on top of probability on top of probability. So putting me on the spot in terms of like the actual number, and I might have to get back to you on that, but the Drive to 65 is essentially what we're going towards across the whole facility, or the whole complex, the liquid waste operation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from around the table? Seeing none. Andrew, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I like to talk with the team back in the office, and sometimes we talk a little bit about what makes a good presentation. And honestly, I think that it boils down to two things. One is passion about the subject matter, because that always shows, right? But then the other is passionate for you to know it. And I think, can we give all of our presenters a round of applause today? Because I think that came through in a big way today. All right. Let's take a break for lunch. You have your homework. I'm not even going to look at the clock. Let's just say 12:45. Let's come back, be back in our seats and ready to roll. Okay? 12:45, everyone. Thank you. All right, everyone. I'd say find our seats, but we are all sitting. You have a good lunch? Awesome. You ready to get started again? Okay, believe it or not, we're not going to be talking about model trains this afternoon. We are going to talk about drone use, though, and that's why they're out on the table. Troy, you ready? Let's go, sir.
It's on. Good to go. Okay. Maybe. Oh, there we go. All right, we got it. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Troy Laurier. I am the Savannah River National Labs UAS Operations Manager, Director of our program at the lab. Thank you guys for having me today. I'm going to show, I see some familiar faces, so thank you guys for having me this afternoon to present on our drones and our drone program. I gave a presentation at the Waste Management Symposium in Phoenix just about 2 weeks ago, so this is going to be mostly the same presentation that I gave there. A few different slides. I'm glad you changed the date to March. I know it's supposed to be here in November, but I guess due to the shutdown and other things going on, we had to reschedule. So thank you for accommodating that. We got our program start back in a late 2017, 2018 timeframe. We mostly provide support to the three entities that you see on the screen. That's really more than three entities. Our main customers are DOE, environmental management, and legacy management. We do a lot of support, especially around the site. The site's 310 square miles, full of a lot of different waste units scattered throughout the site. We've taken a lot of pictures and videos at these waste units. Some things for DOE, EM, LM, South Carolina DHEC, the EPA, et cetera. I think back during the COVID time frame, the EPA and South Carolina DHEC became, I guess, those who we supported through area completion projects. Area completion projects is a group with Savannah River Nuclear Solutions that has basically been tasked by DOE to maintain those waste units and operable units around the site. And back when COVID happened, nobody could travel to do the yearly inspections, and so they asked if we could provide videos and pictures for people to see online or project live, and we've continued to do it ever since. They've liked that footage that we've been able to provide. Okay, yeah, sure. Research and development, we obviously we're with the lab, so we support the lab with R&D activities, testing and training activities as well, T&E activities. So we support the lab in R&D as well as the site. There are other site customers that will do R&D stuff for. SRMC is one that's more for with aerial photography and videography, but SRS as well. And emergency response, we started doing that. We don't do that so much anymore. When we first started, the lab's UAS program was the only one that was allowed at the site by DOE. We always do fly with support from our aviation, the site's aviation manager and aviation safety officer, Mark Spurlock. I don't know if you know that name or not. He is actually with NNSA now, but we answer to him. We were supporting some emergency response activities that were more drills, and we would go out and fly for an emergency response if requested or needed to. But there are actually other groups now that they've either gotten their own UAS program or they're in the process of doing that. SRS does have one, but they're getting it up and going. They're the ones, their program, their UASs are only with their first responders though. So basically the fire department. Centera, we've been told that the Centera helicopters that they operate at the site are going to be going away at some point. So they're in the process of standing up their UAS program as well. They will have UASs in some of the main areas. And then forestry. Forestry has a unit out at the site, their own entity. They're actually the Department of the Interior, and so the Department of Interior has their own UAS program, and the entity that's at the site, Forestry, Forestry Savannah River has their own program as well, where they will use UASs to start the control burns that they do around the site. Right now, they either light them from the ground or from a helicopter. We currently have 4 certified, Part 107 certified pilots with the FAA. The FAA does call us pilots. I'm not here to offend anybody. If you want to call me an operator instead of a pilot, I'm okay with that. But I do have a pilot's license, believe it or not. It's not as difficult. You don't have to have so many flight hours with drones than you would have to have with manned aircraft or anything. Back in 2024, we flew more than 50 flight hours and had more than 250 flights. To me, that's a lot. When you go out and fly even something for, say, 12 or 15 minutes, that can seem like a long time. So to have that many flight hours and that number of flights in 24 was a lot. We had even more in 2025. I want to say the flight hours were up around 80 and had over 300 in 2024. Savannah River site on a Federal Aviation Administration sectional chart, we are listed, the entire site is Class G airspace, and that ceiling for Class G airspace is mostly at 1,200 feet. It's very nice to fly in this part of the country. We're just 290 feet above mean sea level. When your density altitude goes down at higher elevations, it makes it harder to fly. So the rotors on your aircraft have to work a little bit harder. So it's a little bit easier. We can fly for longer, say on a battery, than you could at much higher elevations. We are inside national security airspace. If you looked at a sectional chart, it would basically block out the site as a no drone zone, but we do have the authorizations and the special instructions from the FAA that we can conduct restricted drone ops at the site. We normally fly to, well, I mentioned earlier that we always answer to our aviation manager and aviation safety officer, but we also fly to, the requirements that we fly to are called certificates of authorization, or our COAs. If you fly just to Part 107, meaning if you went to, say, Best Buy and bought a drone yourself, and you get certified Part 107, you can only go up to 400 feet. The COAs allow us to do things that go beyond the Part 107 regulations, so we can actually fly to higher altitudes. We can drop things from drones. We can do night operations, et cetera. Some of those things are things that you can't do with Part 107. So we actually work with the aviation manager, with the FAA, with Augusta Regional. That's the closest towered airport to the site. And based on if there are other customers that come to the site to say, hey, we want to be able to do this, we try to go out and get the approvals to do so. We do have authorization to fly. One COA takes us up to 950 feet. That's our beyond visual line of sight COA. With Part 107, you have to keep your flights within visual sight the whole time. That COA allows us to fly higher and actually have visual observers see the flight. The pilot himself doesn't actually have to have eyes on the entire time. One of the newest COAs we got takes us up to 2,000 feet, and then another one we can actually fly Group 3 aircraft, which is a heavy aircraft, up to 10,000 feet. Now those, of course, come with more restrictions, more requirements, more coordination, things like that, but we are authorized to do a lot of those operations at the site. There's a list of a lot of our customers. It's not all inclusive, but main ones: on-site area completion projects, as I've already mentioned. NNSA, it's the National Nuclear Security Administration at the site. The lab, again, with various R&D programs. Site infrastructure, we do a lot of facility inspections, rooftop inspections, things like that. I'll show you some pictures here pretty soon. You'll see some of the things that we take pictures of. other facilities around the site. Off-site customers, we have a lot of 3- and 4-letter designated agencies that like to come to the site because it is federally protected property, 310 square miles, so it does offer a lot of nice open area where nobody's going to bother you, and it allows, does offer a lot of nice airspace as well that we can, if needed to, we can cordon it off and cut it off to other aircraft that might be in the area. Defense Threat Reduction Agency is one, Department of Homeland Security. This picture that you see here was a project that we did back in 2019, I believe. This is our reactor in the background. We did a project with the United States Marine Corps Academy, Air Force Academy, Military Academy, and the U.S. Naval Academy. They had basically a capstone project with them. There was some graduating seniors as part of their project. They had rad detectors on these drones, and we put some radiological sources out in the field, and they kind of did their Easter egg hunt, looking for sources. So that was a fun one. But they like to do that often in the early to middle of summer when it can be pretty hot out there. But it is fun to get out of the office some. So other examples of things that we support at the site, obviously R&D. This first picture, it's kind of difficult to see. This is P reactor in the background, but there are air sampling ports on the top of that drone. So there was a particular gas that was released, and we flew for probably about 20 to 22 minutes with those air samplers on top, collected gas for that long, and then brought it back down, swapped out batteries, swapped out the air sampling probes, and then did it again. That was a fun one. The top right one here is a project we call the hydrogen fuel cell. So we're looking at different fuel sources for flying our drones, trying to get longer endurance. These drones that I have up here on the table, most of what we fly, we use lithium batteries for. So we're just looking at other fuel types, other sources that we can use to extend our flight times. This particular unit actually flew, this is probably one of the first flights, so it was actually a tank of hydrogen gas on there. The fuel type that we were looking to fly with is called alane. Alane is a metal hydride of hydrogen, believe it or not. And if you can heat it up to the right temperature and get it to off gas at the right rate, you get hydrogen that's produced, and that's what's producing the energy to fly that. This one actually flew for about 53 minutes. So normal flight time on these, depending upon weather conditions and what you're doing, probably somewhere between 15 to 25 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. You know, if you're not doing a whole lot of flying around, you're doing mostly hovering, et cetera. So that was a pretty successful project. The one with the fixed wing, you see the gentleman here, one of our pilots, is going to basically launch this fixed wing. This was part of that project as well. So right now we've got about 23 aircraft in our inventory that we can fly. I'll explain that here more in a minute. We have more, but there are some that we're not authorized to fly anymore. But we do have rotary wings and fixed wings. You can see the fixed wings are larger. I could have brought one of those with me today, but that's a little bit harder to handle with just one person. Just those wings right there are probably 6.5 feet long, so a little bit more cumbersome to handle. Support of EM cleanup activities, which you have pictured here. Again, that's P reactor back here in the background. To the south of P reactor is called Dunbarton Bay, and back in 2018 timeframe, I believe, they needed to clean up this ash basin. So the picture on the left, obviously, you've got the ash that's still in place. They're in the process of cleaning that up. Well, DOE EM and area completion projects to ask us to go out there every couple of months to take progress pictures, basically. So ash being cleaned up there, and a new golf course over here on the right. It's not really a golf course, but they were putting sod down as their final barrier to show that it was all cleaned up. That was for a record of decision that they had to fulfill at that time. We probably went out there every 3 months for a little bit more than a year. So this is just, I mean, you can kind of tell it's not an area that's easily accessible by people, so it's a lot easier, a lot quicker for us to take a drone out there and get some aerial photography and videography for the folks, as opposed to sending somebody in there in PPE or waders if it was needed, or employing a helicopter at the same time. So some cost savings there as well. I mentioned emergency response drills. We have done a couple of these. We don't so much anymore, but we have helped SRS with they've called us with questions about, what are some standard operating procedures, et cetera, for flying. Picture there on the left is at the Defense Waste Processing Facility. This was just a scenario where they actually, the scenario was they had a leaking tank. Here on the ground, we kind of were doing in combination with the ground robot. So there was a ground robot that was supposed to go in, and we're basically providing surveillance for the whole thing. So obviously you can use these aircraft, this kind of technology, to go and provide surveillance of an area before you actually have to send in a first responder. So, hopefully you're keeping people safe before they have to rush into something. The one here on the right, these two pictures are the same scenario. This is an E area, which is at the solid waste management facility. There's a storage unit here. The scenario was the site had a tornado come through and did some damage to the building, and so one of the drums that was stored in the building got ejected from the building, and so again, we're providing surveillance. You can kind of see this fire department that's staged over here. Using just another use of the technology. I'll point out some things on here too, a lot of the cameras that we use for different things and the capabilities behind those. Another environmental application, so at one time there were 5 operational nuclear reactors at the site. You guys probably know a lot of that already, but 2 of them are completely entombed, P reactor and R reactor. ACP, again, has been tasked with managing the oversight of those reactor buildings and the operable units that they reside in. When they entombed P and R, they basically threw away the key, threw it inside as they were grouting up the facility. So there are no windows or doors into the reactor buildings anymore. They put some concrete on some of the upper surfaces as another environmental cap. They tore down a lot of the ancillary buildings around it. They grouted everything up to ground level. They grouted some things up on the inside that were above grade, et cetera. So you've got this concrete monolith that they have to monitor for the next couple thousand years, I guess, way longer than we're going to be around. But these reactor buildings sit out there, and in our climate and terrain, you get seeds from different vegetation that blow around, make their way up on top of a concrete building. Concrete, at some point in time, somewhere, is probably going to crack. So you get unwanted vegetation, sometimes woody vegetation up on the tops of these things, and you don't want that to do damage. So ACP called us and said, hey, what can we do instead of having rigging, erect scaffolding to have somebody climb up there? There's lots of different levels to the reactor building. You can kind of tell that. Is there something else that we can do? Can we develop a sprayer with the drone to go up there and actually apply herbicide? So that's what we did. So this drone, in partnership with Virginia Tech's Unmanned Systems Lab, they helped us build this. This is actually the first one that we had. It's got two 1/2 gallon tanks on it. So we would basically fill that up with a herbicide. The chemical group at the site would come and handle all that for us. They'd fill it up. We'd go up and dispense the herbicide, and then when the tanks were empty, we'd bring it back down. We do have a newer sprayer that we actually flew for the first time last year. We call it a heavy lift sprayer because it can, handle more than just a tank. It's kind of interchangeable. But the new tank that we had actually was 3D printed, can hold up to 3 gallons, so it can last a little bit longer. So you're limited by the capacity of your tank and then the batteries. So on a approximately 3-gallon tank, we can probably do 2 to 3 flights on that before you have to swap out batteries. We do take several sets of batteries, so this operation takes us most of a day, if not a day and a half to 2 days. We'll do this at P reactor and R reactor. But you can kind of see the spray. It basically comes out in a fan shape. If you find greenery that's up on the reactor building, you can spray and travel at the same time, or you can just hover and kind of yaw the aircraft, turn the aircraft, and throw the herbicide where you want it on the rooftops. It's actually pretty cool. So I've got some good pilots that, the newer one, they added some enhanced communication capabilities to make it easier to fly. And believe it or not, I don't know how much rebar is in this building, but all that rebar, all that iron, when we got close the first couple of times, it kind of does some interference things with the drone, didn't make it the easiest to fly. So I luckily wasn't flying these things. I've got more skilled pilots that are good at it. But they made it more flyable, added some communications antennas and stuff to make it easier, smoother to fly, I guess I should say. All right, some more supportive site infrastructure. Again, I think I mentioned we've done a lot of facility inspections, rooftop inspections, things like that. Picture there on the left, you can see the drone up in the air. This particular facility is in F area. They had this ductwork on the side of the building that was not accessible by anybody. There weren't any outside ladders or anything. Anyways, they had a leak in one of the rooms on the lower side, so they thought they had some holes in the top of that ductwork. So we're actually flying above that ductwork looking for areas where the water might have been seeping in. This is another reactor building at the site, so just doing a rooftop inspection there, looking for, I think that was part of a 5-year inspection. They do it every 5 years for these reactor buildings. This is the lower picture is the D area powerhouse, which is not in use anymore, but a couple years ago they had a bad storm come through, and before they haven't torn it down yet. They've torn down some pieces of it, but most of the infrastructure is still there, but you can see some damage from the storms. Just the high winds have blew some siding off, insulation, et cetera, so they wanted us to go and assess that. When they took down some of the conveyor belts for this was actually coal-fed. A lot of those coal conveyor belts, when they took those down, we took videos and pictures of that. That was pretty cool. One of our newest assets is called LiDAR. LiDAR is light detection and ranging. It's basically a laser and surveying camera that would attach to another drone. The drone that we attach it to is not here today. We put that on an Alta X. It's a larger unit. Anyways, the camera basically goes beneath it and allows you to fly over a particular area and take really nice topographical maps and do different surveys. You can produce a lot of different information based on what you're looking for. The two pictures here on the left are the same picture, just different post-processing done to some of the area. So this is colorized, so this looks more like what an actual photo would look like. This here is colorized based on elevation, so you see the treetops. Higher elevations have more of the reds and oranges. Greens and yellows are lower. So this is one of our waste units in F area. That's the F area seepage basins. And then the photo on the right is our A area ash pile. And if you looked at this from the naked eye, you wouldn't see this. You would see it's completely covered with trees and vegetation. But in the post-processing of this thing, you can set it to, I think it's ground point only, which basically removes all the trees that are on top of it. And it allows you to really nicely see the features of this particular waste unit. They wanted us to survey this because if you can see there's a tributary that's right next to it. They were worried about, I want to say this was put in place back in the 60s or something, so it's been sitting there for a while. But they're worried about, you can see it's on a slope. Again, the red and orange indicates higher elevation and slope. And then the green, it goes down to that ravine, that little tributary there, so they're worried about erosional issues. Eventually that ash pile is going to go away, they're going to relocate it. But until they do, they wanted us to do this survey on a yearly basis to see. One cool feature about the LiDAR is if you get your baseline, do it once, and then you do it again sometime later, you can overlay that data and you can see where problem areas might be. And if you can tell you if you need to go out there and remediate something before they take the whole thing away. So that's a pretty cool tool that we've got in our toolbox now. That was my last slide. One slide that I did not show, just looking at, it's always all about time and cost savings and efficiencies, right? So we've done a little study with some of the things where we save a lot of time and costs. If we were to compare some of the things that we do, if it takes us, say, 30 minutes to an hour to go out and film something, do a rooftop inspection, that same job would probably take 2 to 3 hours for helicopter pilots and a photographer to go up. Takes a lot more time, and then of course costs a lot more for a helicopter to go up there. So we've seen anywhere between 60 and 80% cost savings and time savings when in using drones. When the job in particular, when we spray the herbicide on the rooftops, if ACP, area completion projects, had to have rigging go out there, erect scaffolding to go up on the rooftop, or if you get a JLG and have somebody spray something up there, that takes a lot longer. That could take a week and a half to 2 weeks for them to do, so a lot longer. So we've probably seen about 75 to 85% cost savings with the use of drones with that as well. We are exploring different avenues of R&D, though at the same time we're in talks with some folks on, could we use these drones for different applications, environmental applications as well. Maybe there's something looking at different soil sampling methods, stream sampling methods, et cetera. Is there something that maybe not the drone can't do, but if there's a type of payload that you could utilize with the drone to get into different areas so you don't have to send people in. The safety aspects and savings that you see, those are the types of things that you can't really put numbers and dollars on. Obviously, if you keep somebody from getting hurt and stuff, that's invaluable to everybody. So that is one slide that I think I showed at Waste Management that I didn't include on this one that I should have. But that was, I guess this is my last slide. Questions, comments?
Let's start with you.
Thank you for your report, Willie Priester with CAB. Tell me, how often do you have to replace those? And how often do you replace them to get one that's more efficient?
We've replaced batteries more often than we do UASs. Again, when we started our program back in 2018, we didn't have anything to go by, so we kind of built it from the ground up, which meant we didn't have any procedures to go by. We developed our own procedures. We developed our own implementation plan. We developed for each different drone, we developed a safety checklist. So everything from basically the pre-job brief to a post-mission hot wash to making sure, when you put this thing together, obviously it unfolds from the box, so just making sure it's airworthy, et cetera. If in that inspection before we fly, if we notice that, hey, one of these props needs, it's got a nick in it or something, or we don't want to fly with that, we'll replace it, et cetera. So there's probably pieces and parts that we replace more often than the drones. Technology changes so quickly, it's kind of hard to keep up, and these things aren't cheap. This here is a Skydio X2. This one probably costs $20,000. Just with the cameras and everything that came with it. This one is DJI Matrice. This one probably cost closer to $25,000. So we try to take care of them and use them for as long as we can, because like I said, they're pretty expensive. We have had this one for probably going on 3 years now, and there's a newer version that we would love to have. If anybody wants to contribute, I'll pass the hat around. So not that often. This one we can't actually fly anymore. So I don't know if you guys heard, there's the American Drone Safety Act, which is an executive order from the president, said that we can't fly mostly Chinese-made drones anymore. Federal agencies can't. So this is actually one that we can't fly. So this one will be kind of mothballed. We could fly it if we were doing something, if we got a waiver to do, say, counter UAS research or whatever. We could do those sorts of things out at the site, but that would be another technology that another agency would bring in, and then we could fly these if we got that special waiver. This one we've had for probably 5 years now, and it's a great unit. We love flying that. We can't anymore, so we don't replace them that often unless something was to happen to them, and then that capability goes away. But we try not to say the C word, crash, or whatever, and have to replace them. So I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation.
And there are sometimes some software updates that you might have to update. So we try to keep it up to spec. That safety checklist that I mentioned, we do everything by the requirements and regulations that are set forth, say in a manufacturer's manual or whatever. We do have some units that are custom built, so then we have to provide our own specs, but we always make sure that these things are ready to fly and they're airworthy, and the pilot feels comfortable with flying it before we actually take off.
John Thomas, cab. The picture that shows elevation, why do you care about elevation? Why do I care that the trees are taller?
Well, this one was, so we were doing some LiDAR surveys of the different units, and if you were to zoom in on this, it's kind of hard to tell from this, but yeah, as you're post-processing this, the imagery on your computer, you can rotate it about 365 degrees, so you can almost look at this from the bottom if you want. So the elevation is mainly concerned, like for this, if you see something that's a drastic change, you're basically looking for problem areas. DOE legacy management had us go out to, this was actually before we got the LiDAR package, but we were exploring getting it. They brought us out to Durango, Colorado to watch there was a UAS company in Colorado that was flying some of those waste units, so we were just going to watch their operation. They're tasked with managing and inspecting all of those waste units. So if you have, like I said, if you get your baseline pictures and survey, and then you do that again later, and that's when you can kind of compare and contrast the data. So if you see something that's changed quite a bit from one year to the next, or whatever the amount of time is, then you can identify areas that might be a problem that you can't really see with the naked eye. So, I mean, it's cool to see the treetops. You're not so much concerned with the treetops in these pictures. You're probably looking at where the slopes of the units are, and if, for instance, with this one, since it's close to a stream, so you're going to be looking more in these areas than say on the tops.
Matt,
So if I had a,
Yeah, can I add to that real quick? Yeah, so for our waste caps, especially like our geosynthetic caps or like the ash pile, we're worried about subsidence, right? So we want to know if there's some sinking or something, especially like into that tributary, or our caps where we have the cap structure. If we want to make sure that there's nothing that's penetrated that cap structure, and so we can see over time with the layers that Troy is talking about, if there's any subsidence in those areas and something that we maybe can't see with the naked eye that we need to replace, but maybe something like some cracks around the area or concrete has maybe given us a hint that something may not be exactly right, but we don't know what it is. This can kind of help give us that better picture of it.
And these areas are so large too. I mean, if you were to walk around these things, like I said, it'll see things that you may walk right past, or might have taller grass and there's something beneath the grass or at the base of the grass that's becoming a problem that you didn't know about. One of the waste units that we inspected earlier this year, there was actually, so a lot of these waste units have hog fencing around them because the hogs out at the site are such a problem. You don't want them doing damage to your waste caps. So there was some kind of animal that had dug a hole beneath that fencing, and I don't think we would have seen it. And somebody wouldn't have seen that had we not flown it with this particular camera.
Okay. So if there was a breach in, what is that, an ash pile that goes towards the stream,
yes.
Will you see that on this?
You could. Now this is just one picture. So if I don't remember if this was 25 or 26. We've actually flown this twice now. We did it the second time in February of this year. What you would see is if you overlaid it, it would be different. You can shade this in different colors too. It doesn't have to be reds and greens and whatever, but you can get it to process where the colors, the more intense colors, would highlight an area that changed more than the other areas that were less intense in
All right.
color.
And then you swap out the batteries. How long does it take to charge up those batteries?
We take several sets, so we can, basically swap right away and be back up in the air pretty quickly. To charge a battery or a set of batteries might take, depending upon how, what you're starting at, 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay, good.
For most of them.
Okay, my last question is the fixed wing. Is that considered a drone?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That was it. Thank you.
It's unmanned. So yeah, I mean, a lot of people use the term drone for a lot of different things. I mean, the drone could be a ground robot as well. I think in our case, it just means unmanned or uncrewed. You don't have an actual person on board.
Deborah.
Yes,
Hi, Deborah Creech, CAB Chair. My question is, how accurate are the drones' performance based on your target mission, such as do you repeat the process when the drones go out? How accurate are they for that target area based on weather issues or certain emergency situations? Are they giving you a performance right away that you don't have to send them back out in a repeated area to target that area?
I'll answer it as best I can. It's mostly based on the mission, the scope of what you're doing, what kind of payload you have, et cetera. For cameras and stuff, if I'm just taking pictures, it's pretty accurate, but we're not really measuring a whole lot either. With something like this, the LiDAR, this one that we bought is probably middle of the road. We have our LiDAR cameras made by Yellowscan. It's a Mapper Plus, and I'd say it's probably middle of the road. But those technologies get really expensive really fast. Our unit probably costs $65,000-ish to get one that's even more detail. And that one probably gets you down to a few millimeters worth of accuracy. If you want the super detailed, most highly accurate, you're probably in the hundreds of thousands. So something like this, yes, you definitely want as much detail in it to be as accurate as possible. If we fly and if you're in weather conditions, obviously you don't want to go out and fly when it's raining and stuff. Electronics don't like moisture. If it's too windy, you don't want to go out and fly either because it can blow you around a little bit. These things are really good as far as being stable. They'll have GPS locks that if you're hovering, even in some windy conditions, it looks remarkably still. But there are gimbals on these that allow, things to stabilize and you get better accuracy in some conditions. Most of these, the manufacturer will say don't operate in winds higher than somewhere probably between 20 and 25 miles an hour. You want to do that anyways. We always go by, you know, if the pilot doesn't feel safe in operating in certain conditions, then you don't fly. So the pilot is ultimately responsible for the safety of the flight. Obviously, this isn't Troy's toy or whatever. It belongs to somebody else. Somebody else paid for it, so we want to take, you know, as good a care of it as we can. So those things, you're right, weather conditions can influence, but there are things on these payloads and on the UASs that they're trying to get you as accurate as possible, get you the clearest image possible, et cetera.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dell?
Dale Priester, Cab. I know you were talking about how many feet it can go up in the air. How many miles can you go out, like from where the pilot is?
Yep. So you've got different governors on different UASs, and you can geofence these things as well. So if I go into my controller and say, you know, I set basically a rectangular box, if it hits that boundary, kind of like an electric collar on a dog or something, like it would alert you that, hey, you're at this boundary, either bring it back or it's going to automatically come back. Fixed wings can go out further. Once you're up in the air, it takes less energy and power to actually propel it forward. They could be miles. These are probably no more than a mile. But the further away these things get to or higher, they get to be pretty small up there in the sky. So a lot of times if you take your eyes off of what you're doing and then you try to find it again, it can be difficult sometimes. So most of the time we're doing things like if we're doing a rooftop inspection, it's not too far away anyways. But for other operations, if it's a large area that we're trying to survey, a lot of those we'll do autonomously as well, and we'll set a geofence. So it'll fly its pattern, and then if something screwy goes on with the communications or whatever, and it hits that geofence, it'll automatically return to home.
So, like you were talking about your off-site customers. So I guess if the Marines using it, they have to use it themselves, and they have to know where to be in order to look at a target if they're looking at a certain thing, right?
Right. Yes. So when they come to us and fly with us, then they'll fly to the requirements that are set in our certificates of authorization and things like that. So they can pilot their own aircraft if they've got. Again, we would discuss all this with our aviation manager and, you know, get approvals for all that too. If they're certified, sometimes they may not have a Part 107 certification. They may be certified by their own agency or something, you know, particularly like DOD or something. A lot of times they certify their own pilots. But we make sure that they've got all the qualifications. They've got some level of experience to where it's not, you know, somebody coming out and flying for the first time and doesn't know what they're doing. And we make sure too that they've got some of those safety features built in on their aircraft as well, for like a return to home or, you know, things like that. So if we fly on site, we're within the site boundaries. We have flown off site for different things, different reasons. We actually had one project last year where we went up to West Virginia in support of an off-site customer and flew with them, flew for them on a particular payload. So, but yeah, most of, probably 95% of our flights are on site.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Wanda?
Wanda Jackson, Cab. Speaking of security, do Soterian actually use those as well? Do y'all use that in the Soterian area and B area?
We have flown for Centera before because they don't have a UAS program now. They're starting to stand it up. They haven't actually flown yet. And they still fly their helicopters and stuff too, but they as far as I know, they haven't gotten their drones yet. But I mean, we've flown in B area. We've flown, excuse me, by now we've probably flown all the major areas around the site, and then excuse me,
Okay.
most of the other areas too that.
And one more question I'd like to ask. Who actually manufactures the drones for the site?
There's not just one. So this one here is called the X2. It's made by Skydio. It's just a particular manufacturer. So now, I mentioned the allergies I think are starting to kick, so the frog in my throat's telling me that they're acting up a little bit, so I apologize. This one is made by DJI. So this one we can't actually fly anymore, but I think that the Department of Defense has established, they call it the Blue List, and there's a list of manufacturers, drone manufacturers that are approved for use by DoD. And so DOE's basically adopted that for us as well. So if it's a manufacturer on the Blue List, then we could potentially buy that drone if it's within,
Do you have warranty on that as well?
Warranty? I don't know that they come with a lot of warranties. Yeah.
Okay.
For some pieces, there might be a warranty.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of like a car. Once you take it out of the box,
That's it.
I'm sure the warranty about goes away.
I love your presentation and the colors of your pictures as well.
Thank you.
John?
I was just wondering, do you use the drones to monitor the controlled burns?
No, thank you for mentioning that, because we actually just flew through a control burn for the first time, probably just a few weeks ago. So we did a lot of coordination with forestry, especially this time of year. Forestry around the site does a lot of control burns. It's a nice time of year to do it. And in combination with our atmospheric technologies group, which is at the lab, they had a particular sensor, a meteorological sensor that we actually flew on the Alta X. That's the same unit that we use to fly our LiDAR. It's a lot smaller package, but that sensor was looking at mostly meteorological conditions, so temperature, pressure, humidity, et cetera, as it flew in and around the smoke of a controlled burn. So we actually set up a pattern for it to fly. So if it's basically a triangular course that was set up, it would fly to one waypoint, collect some data there, and then if it flew to another point, it would sit there for 2 to 3 minutes and gather more data. But if there was the burn was going on beneath us, so if it flew through the smoke, it's gathering data the whole time. So that was actually pretty fun.
Yeah.
But we just did that a few weeks ago, so that was the first time.
Thanks.
Yep. And again, forestry has their own program as well, so they were interested in the data as well, because they haven't flown their drones yet out at the site, so they're just interested in that meteorological data and stuff too. One of the things I'll mention along with that, so these drones come with regular RGB cameras. You take regular pictures, but they come with thermal cameras as well. So one of the things that we were doing, this is a thermal camera on this one, and this is the RGB camera, so they're separate. With this one, the Skydio, the two cameras are one and the same. So when you take one picture, you're actually taking two pictures, one thermal image and one regular. But they're wanting to see the advancement of the fire line too. That one was lit from the ground, and it wasn't a huge area. A lot of those control burns are pretty large. This is a smaller area. Allowed us to go out and fly. So on that thermal, the video was pretty cool because you could actually see the heat of that fire progressing as you went forward. So. No. Yeah. No. I wish I could, but this is just for show and tell today. You guys don't have to duck underneath the tables or anything and turn them on and stuff. We have flown here once before before they opened, and Site Communications they were going to do the video, I guess the groundbreaking video for this thing, for the building, so we flew around here. And that is, the flying is the easy part and the fun part, right? Everything else is, you have to jump through some hoops and clear some hurdles, coordination piece. But USC Aiken's police department, I just had to notify them. They're easy to work with. Most people are easy to work with at this point. When we first started out, we had to calm a lot more fears with people because they were like, oh no, drones at the site. You know, drones actually at the site are prohibited items, so we have to have special passes to have them in our possession and stuff like that. So when people we have to put out area announcements and stuff if we're flying in a particular area, just to make people aware and stuff. But we get a lot of looky-loos too. You know, drones are cool, right? So everybody wants to see drones up in the sky. But no, I can't do a flight demonstration today. I apologize. Maybe next time.
Any other questions from around the table? Seeing none. Troy, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, folks. Before we move into our next phase, is there any public comments that need to be made? Any members of the public who are here? Seeing none. Okay. Board business. We're going to talk about recommendations. And this is the first time we're doing recommendations for a number of you. So let's just lay it out. One of the things that we're going to do is we're going to pull out these documents one by one. We're going to discuss each one of them one by one. If there's edits, changes, questions, comments, concerns, speak up. Once we're all satisfied and we know, I say we colloquially, y'all. Once you're all satisfied and you know how you want to vote, you feel pretty confident about it, we can move into voting. Somebody will motion, Deborah will call for a motion, she'll call for a second, and I'll run the voting part where I'll ask for the yays, nays, and abstains. I'm going to ask you to raise your hands for that. I'm going to ask you to hold them up until I count you at the very least. If I'm not looking at you, please don't put your hand down. You know why? I'll lose count, and we'll have to do it like 4 or 5 times. It gets really weird really quickly. So the first one that I have that's the top document for me is the completion of the FH laboratory deactivation, which just so happens to be something we discussed today. So are there any questions, comments, concerns about this one? The completion of FH laboratory deactivation and initiation of facility decommissioning. It was a fair, yeah, John, what do you think?
The issue I have with this,
And that's okay. Well, it can be okay. It's okay for me.
what will they do? What are we suggesting?
So in this case, it looks like recommends the commitment of the commitment of resources and support to complete the activity. And so this would be one of those cases where, a quantitative allocate this much money may not necessarily be the end goal of something that you want to do, because that might be limiting. But making it open-ended like this typically is what I would recommend, so that the completion part is what is upheld to. And sometimes I'll say having a supporting recommendation for an activity that's even already underway, because we already talked about this today, this activity is ongoing. Having a supporting recommendation from the department's perspective can be extremely beneficial to have, because it means that whenever we go to make a justification for what we're doing, we want to explain what we're doing, we're saying, look, we have community support for this. Now, you may not want to provide that kind of commentary back. That's okay. You don't have to. And we can edit this all day long. It's literally what we're getting paid for today, is to stand here while y'all work out where you want to go with it. This is just our starting point. Any other comments, concerns? No? Okay. Everybody feel comfortable that they know how they want to vote on it? Okay. Deborah, will you call for a motion to vote?
I call for a motion to vote. All hands.
Anybody want to give her a motion?
Motion second.
And do we have a second? Okay. All in favor, please raise your hands. 6 yeas. Any nays? Any abstains? 1 abstention. All right, motion passes. You got your first one done. That's great. Come on. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Expanded use of autonomous or unmanned technologies. So this is another one. It's fairly generic. It's short. You can revise, expand, limit, table, wherever you want to go with it. Can I get you to turn your microphone on because I want to make sure that we record it for the minutes.
John Thomas, Cab.
There's no specifics.
There's no specifics. We're not including anything. We're just saying that we recommend the expansion. We don't really say what we're recommending.
Is there something that you could think of that you would want to add to it that would make you feel a little better about it?
I would just add specifics to it. We're just saying we like the drones.
And while that may be true, you want to see more.
Well, what would the Department of Energy do with this? In other words, we're just saying we like it, but what action do we want them to take? You know what I mean?
I think the background, tells a lot, doesn't it? It says it's already proven to be valuable for capturing aerial images and assessing areas that are difficult or hazardous for human personnel to access.
So we're recommending they expand that, though. What are we recommending they expand? And what do we want them to expand into?
To use them more instead of using
So
scaffolding.
just use them more.
To utilize them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of optimizing.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments? Questions?
And if there are any things that you wanted to add, you could add just something on the end that might have said, while meeting efficiency or efficacy standards or something.
Yeah, if y'all wanted to add something like that to it, you absolutely could.
That's the kind of thing that you could add to that to make it to where when people look at it, they say, well, what are you doing? Well, we're doing this so that we can meet our own efficiency standards.
Okay. So if there's wording along those lines that you want to add, now would be a great time to add it.
Read that again. Yeah.
And efficiency or efficacy standards.
Or efficiency.
Or efficacy standards. So, you could use either word. They mean basically the same thing.
Right.
Because it's the same, it means the same thing.
Right. Improve efficiency. Okay.
Okay. So you got it open in Word? Okay. All right, so at the very end, after monitoring, to improve efficiency in the program. Okay. I just want to make sure we capture it. Can somebody, is this where we landed with it?
Safety. You're not putting people.
So to improve efficiency and safety?
Efficiency and state. And safety.
Okay. Does this capture it? Okay. Well, I don't want to be the one to end debate. So if there's a motion, by all means.
I make a motion.
Okay.
I second.
All right. So we'll go into voting for this. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Six in favor. Any nays? Any abstains? That's okay.
Motion passed.
Okay. All right. Then the last one. This is entitled Reactivation of H Canyon. And so this one specifically is asking for briefings on the reactivation, the isotope recovery program. That's actually one change that I would maybe suggest that we make from reactivation to isotope recovery in H Canyon. Is that okay? Can we do that? Okay. Okay. Yeah, instead of reactivation, put the two aspects of, you can get rid of the isotope recovery in instead of. There we go. Thank you. Can we just acknowledge how difficult it is for 100 people to watch you type? Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Okay. Questions, comments, concerns about this one?
Just grammatically. As react.
Oh, yep.
Do you want to change it to match?
Yeah. Thank you. Potential environment of isotope, the potential environmental effects of isotope recovery.
In both of those.
And the impact of isotope recovery on the overall.
It would be helpful to have maybe an asterisk that says, and any other information deemed necessary.
Okay. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, third bullet point, and any other information.
Deemed necessary.
Necessary.
Yeah.
Well, that is some wild shorthand I made. I'm not going to show you now. Okay. Pardon me. There's a lot of allergies going around this time of year.
As long as it's there.
All right, as she's formatting this up, how are we looking? Do you have any other questions, comments, concerns about this one? Okay.
Yep.
And I should note, but all three of these were written by Hugh Bear prior to his membership term expiring. So these didn't come from us. The department will never write recommendations for you. They always come from a board member. This is not something that we do. These are Hugh Bear's. They came in before his term expired.
All right.
Okay. Sure. Yes, I think this was more talking about I think this was about the uranium recovery program. That's fair. Okay. Questions, comments, concerns? Do we all know how we feel about it? All right, Deborah. Would you like to ask for a motion to vote?
Okay, ask for a motion to vote.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. 4, 5, 6. All righty. Thank you. And just as a formality, I will ask, any nays? Any abstentions? Nope. Okay. All righty. Congratulations, folks. That is 3 recommendations. That is a big day for the CAB. It's been a while since we've done that many in one day. So. Yes, so these will be sent back out. And just, again, since this is many of y'all's first time with recommendations, why don't we cover what happens next? These they'll actually get signed by Deborah as a letter that goes to the manager, Edwin DeShong. He'll send that out to folks on his staff to respond to. That is one of the benefits of the CAB. You don't just write recommendations and send them into the void. The department has to answer you and give you a clear answer. So these will all be hit with an accept, reject, and I apologize, that sounds harsh, but that's the word we have to use, or a partially accept, where the department will lay out what parts of the recommendation they can do, which parts they cannot, and that type of thing. Those responses typically come within about a month. Is what we shoot for. Sometimes it's a little bit longer, but we shoot for a month on response times. And like I said, the department has to respond to you. So these don't just go into the void. The recommendations the CAB makes do not just disappear or go on a website. They get answered. And those answers are sent to you and posted publicly online so that there's an accountability aspect to it as well. Okay? All right. And that is the run of our agenda. Are there any other topics that we needed to talk about today to make you feel like you did a good job? Everybody feel like they did a good job? I hope you do. Okay. In terms of writing recommendations, one of the things that Hugh Bear, I know he was shooting for when he wrote these, he wrote them short on purpose because he wanted it to everybody to get a feel for how easy it is to do. If you go back in the CAB archives, you'll see some recommendations that are 5, 6 pages long. That is wholly unnecessary. If you knock it into a page or less, I think you're doing a great job. And something else, if something struck you today and you feel like there's a recommendation kind of starting to percolate in your head, there's a couple of things that I'll suggest. One of them is reach out to us and let us know that you're working on something. But 2, pay the most attention to that recommendation section. The background is nice. It helps explain what's going on. But when we get back to the office and somebody gets tasked with writing the response, they read one section and one section only, the recommendation section. So make sure that part is as clear as you want it to be. Okay? All right. I'm going to ask one more time before we go around and hand it off to Deborah to close it out. Is there any other questions, comments, concerns that we needed to address today and didn't do that yet? Seeing none. Deborah?
Okay. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, everyone. See you next time.
No, not yet.